world.
That turned into an S. Oh, no shit. What's up, friends? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Could you tell which one was Kiss and which one was Betaflight? I have a feeling you guys could. That is, and those were both like really well tuned. Welcome to Workbench Wednesday. It returns. Whoop Wednesday is going on hiatus for a week, maybe two here. It will be back for sure. I'm actually really excited for Whoop Wednesday to come back because I got a bunch of motor testing to do. This is 4 different sets of motors, all on Meteor 65 frames, all ready to go. This, in my opinion, this is how you do motor testing on a tiny Whoop. You get a couple of extra frames, which are cheap, and you get a bunch of extra propellers, which are cheap. And then you build the initial rig. I mean, the real way to do it would be to buy 4 Modula 6s. But that's kind of expensive, and with how bad their quality control is, like, I don't actually think that's a good idea anyway. You have your main rig, and then you just build each extra frame with the same propellers and the motors. so that you put this one up in the air, you fly a couple of batteries, you take the canopy and the board off, and you just drop it into one of the other frames. You fly 2 batteries, pop it off, drop it into one of the other frames. And yeah, that's the best way, in my opinion, to kind of get a good solid back-to-back for testing a couple of different motors. It removes the variable of like one AIO being worse. It also removes the variable of the camera up tilt changing. The only thing that sucks about the Mobula 6 canopies is that the camera up tilt is... It's weird. Like, it's kind of nice that it's adjustable in some ways, but I wish it was just locked at 20 degrees. Or at least I wish there was some sort of markings or something like that so that you could have multiples of these and make sure that they're all at 20 degrees. Because your camera up tilt really matters quite a bit. Yeah, it'll throw you off quite a bit. If you get used to 20 degrees and all of a sudden you start flying 15 or 16 degrees, you're gonna fly like hell. It's very hard to kind of adjust quickly around that. This is my full-time job. If you like these live streams and want to see them continue, vote with your dollars. Head on over to CiottiFPV.com and click all the buttons. Patreon helps me out the most, and it has the most benefits for you guys. 10 whole cents a day will get you on there. There's bi-weekly giveaways on the $5, $10, $20 tiers if you want to start up a friendly gambling addiction. A bunch of other benefits, ton of tech articles. You get access to the Discord server. You get access to the Stick End Fund, which is something we're doing on Patreon. I'm buying one of every single M3 and M4 stick end. And then sending them out to patrons so that you can try all the stick ends and find your favorite. There's info on that little thing that I'm doing on the Discord channel, which you'll get access to by joining the Patreon. All kinds of good stuff going on. Then there's an Etsy store with all kinds of nice stuff. Treat yourself, get yourself a nice sticker and some hardware. Lots of good stuff on the Etsy store. Fiverr page where you can work together with me. I do have discounts available for weekly sessions, and I have a couple of time slots that are still open during the week for that. So hit Fiverr to see what I'm doing, and then just contact me, and we'll do it outside of Fiverr to make life easy. There's a Teespring store with a bunch of t-shirts like this one. If you're a car guy, you'll recognize this font and layout from Hoonigan. Usually this says Kill All Tires, but CMYK-FPV changed it to say Kill All Carbon because that's what we do. And there's a bunch of affiliate links over there too. If you're ever buying something FPV related or doing an Amazon order, it's free money if you hit my affiliate link before you check out. It's 1 to 6% of your total cart. It makes a huge difference. It's literally free money. The newest spot that I've got an affiliate link to is Newbie Drone. Newbie Drone, FPV Crate, FPV Cycle, ohmygod.com, Get FPV, FPV Crate, Amazon, a couple others. Camera Butter. What's up, chat? What are you guys up to? Riot 9 was first, Grizz FPV was next, Michael D, Layman Board, Dan Richmond, Northern Tier, B-Man, Dan636, CH3 FPV, KO, Zach Lothamer, Fargo 252 is in the house holding it down for Charleston, Metal Dirtskin, Flush FPV, Akash, Dusty Joe, Monkey Shine. What's up, friends? If you want to talk directly to me, all you gotta do is type CiottiFPV and it'll light up in orange. Looks like this. That's how I know you're talking to me. If you don't do that, I'll assume that you're talking to each other. Grizz FPV says, what's up, Collective? Zach Lothamer says, evening, CiottiFPV and Collective. B-Man says, yo, what's good? Fargo says, I made it for the beginning of a stream. LOL, it's hard. It's tough to do that. Why do I not have the, hold on. Let me add some text to this. I just realized there's no streaming. Here we go. There we go. Okay, come on. We're professional in here. We professional. There we go. There we go. Yeah, realistically, the only way to catch the beginning of the stream is to memorize the schedule. Akash Jana says, what happened to the Rossi? Did you figure it out? Yes, with the help of Brandon's Baked Beans. Hey, by the way, oh, I'm not gonna have that. I gotta get that lined up a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Oh no, it's still not gonna cut it. Hold on. Ooh, we're almost there. Let's shrink this one down, and then we'll be there. Let's shrink this one down just a, oh! Shrink it down like that. Oh, look at that. Oh, we're almost there. We're almost there. Oh. In the attic FVP. Why FVP? Typo life? Well, this one, it just kind of gets bigger. I'm okay with it kind of getting bigger like that. Okay. What was I saying? What were we talking about? Things. Let's do some things. What happened to the Rossi? Yes. Hey, Brandon's Baked Beans does PID tuning and filter tuning for $1 a minute, which is a really good deal. That's less than what I charge, and he's way better. Yeah, $1 a minute for Brandon's Baked Beans to help you PID tune and filter tune. He's a black box ninja. He is a good human being. Yeah, if you need some tuning help, he's the guy. He is on our Discord server. He's here in the chat pretty frequently, and he helped me out. I have to admit something. I've started to relearn black box. So we did the little hover test the other day, and it was acting a little angry. And I just kind of got frustrated because I was just asking Brandon to help me out like a couple of days before that. So I was like, all right, let me do a log and I'll dump it into black box real quick. So yeah, and like I started to learn black box a long time ago, so I was like, oh, I'll probably remember some stuff, and I did. And I noticed that it was really noisy on the pitch axis. So I added a couple of notch filters just to see how that would go, and started dropping the PIDs down on the pitch axis. And then it kind of became pretty obvious that there was a mechanical issue. I had a feeling that there was a mechanical issue anyway, but it became more and more obvious that that was what was going on. And so I sent Brandon the logs. I was like, yo, can you look at these? I'm kind of stumped. And he said it looks like the gyro's bad on the pitch axis. I was like, God damn it. I was hoping that was not the case. The main reason I was hoping that not to be the case is that it's an Acon flight controller that I put in here. You know, Acon doesn't make the gyro. They can't control whether or not, you know, the gyro that they put into one of these things is bad, so I can't necessarily blame Acon, but up until this point, they've been completely bulletproof. So it just kind of represents, you know, the manufacturer that I was hoping was completely bulletproof is, you know, they're still human. But yeah, whatever. So tonight I'm going to take this Acon flight controller out of here, and this is what really pisses me off, is that I'm going to put this T-Motor F7 flight controller right the hell back into it. Off stream, so this rig has an Acon ESC in it, and it had this perfectly good T-Motor flight controller in it. Off stream, when I was doing some work to it, I was like, well, I might as well have it be an all Acon rig, right? So I spent time to swap the flight controllers, and I got bit in the ass. I will say this, though. I did have a little bit of an epiphany that was kind of worth it. So we talk a lot about, like, the fact that, you know, it's really hard to find a manufacturer that consistently makes good stuff. The only ones that I've really found have been Acon and T-Motor. I had suspected for a while that Acon was making T-Motor's electronics, which is why they were so bulletproof. If for some reason you need any convincing of that, why don't you take a look at the shape and the pad layout of these two. Here, I'm shaking the T-Motor. In the rig is the Acon. They're fucking identical. Like, the PCBs are shaped the same. The only difference, this has USB-C, this has the old school USB. There is one slight little difference, like this USB port is here, on this one it's here, but I think they did that because the USB-C is bigger and deeper, and it would have hit the OSD chip. There are some other subtle differences, but like, let's just go ahead and you know, go ahead and say that the reason why T-Motor electronics are so good is because they're certainly looking like they're made by Acon, which is a really good thing. That is a really, 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 really good thing, because that means that I trust T-Motor electronics even more. I have run Acon electronics for a long, long, long time. I know that they're bulletproof. That's a completely like known quantity. I'm not going to be buying any more of their stuff because it's hard to find them in stock. So I'm just going to start buying T-Motor stuff from now on because they're a lot less hard to find in stock, and I'll get that juicy Acon quality, but with T-Motor. What I will say is this: if you can find the Acon electronics in stock, I would buy those because there's not another middleman, right? Like, Acon electronics, you're getting kind of directly from Acon. Buying T-Motor electronics, T-Motor has to buy them from Acon. They have to mark them up a little bit, and then they have to put them into a reseller who's going to mark them up a little bit. Of course, Acon has to do the same thing with the reseller, but they don't have that middleman, you know what I mean? So there's a chance that either you'll find the Acon stuff a little bit cheaper, or there's also a chance that the Acon stuff will be even nicer. Since Acon doesn't have that middleman, maybe they've got a quality control process in place where the absolute best stuff... no, it doesn't really work like that because they have to silkscreen on the boards and shit like that. Yeah, it doesn't work like... Although, I mean, I don't know. You guys know what I'm saying, right? Yeah. Akash says, somebody's got to make a video on how to know for sure gyro is failing. There is no way to know for sure. You just have to take your best guess. We've talked about it on here a bunch. Basically, one of the easier ways that you'll notice it is if you go up in the air and you do a snap roll in either direction and everything is fine, but then you do a pitch flip in either direction and there's some weirdness, or a yaw spin and there's some weirdness. Basically, when a gyro fails, the typical failure for a gyro is on one axis. So if you notice that one axis is acting really strange and the other ones aren't, that is typically a failing gyro. That is kind of the only way to see it. You can see it in black box typically, but yeah, the main thing is that only one axis will be kind of a dick. That's really the only way. If two axes fail on the gyro, which I've never seen before, it's going to be way harder to troubleshoot. But yeah, there really is no like solid way to kind of figure it out. Raviogi FPV with a $5 super chat. He says, "Oh my god, I was late joining the stream. Can we get some clam?"
諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだそこで。もう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメやめ諦めたら。周りのことを思うよ。応援してる人たちのことを思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺 ってこのマイナス10度のところしじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそイエロービバ。
In the world wouldn't come back on.
In the world.
There it is. I wanted to do never give up in the world, but it didn't work. Let me get caught up on chat, and then we're gonna kick this flight controller out and swap it over, and then the Rossi will be good to go again. I'm very tempted, very, very, very tempted to put in this prototype 30x30 flight controller, but down the road, these 22mm standoffs are going to go away in favor of 16 or 17mm standoffs. I think 16. I hope. I did some eyeballing last night. That's what she said. I think that a Caddx Nebula Pro Nano will clear with 16mm standoffs. It definitely won't clear with 15s, but goddamn is it close. If it doesn't clear with 16s, I'm gonna be very sad. But I'm gonna give it a try at some point. The silver 16mm standoffs that I can order are gonna take 3+ weeks to get here. So it's not something that's gonna happen soon. But if I move this rig over to a 30x30 flight controller, then I'll have to swap the flight controllers again when those 16mm standoffs come, and I just don't want to play that game of back and forth. So yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I'm super tempted to put this prototype flight controller in here because I really do want to crash test it, but it's just gonna, that just creates more work than what I want. The biggest problem, to be honest, like it's not actually that much work from like a wiring from a wiring standpoint. The problem is the stack screws are kind of locked in. You can't get the man, it looks like Bob changed that though, but it's not quite. You can't quite get the stack screws out with the X plate down here. So that means you got to take all these screws off. You got to pull the arms off, and I have greased these arms. So much like my Friday nights after the stream, it's just going to be a sticky mess. What do you think of that? Greg Womack says, have you made the switch to Edge TX? Is it worth the trouble? I have not, but I feel like it is worth the trouble. I just haven't had the time. Layman Board says, how pissed are you about DJI V3 coming out after we both just got V2? Whatever. I mean, I don't think that the V3 is going to make you fly any better. You know, like, if it looks 5% better, whatever. I mean, it's not going to deliver any more. It's not going to deliver any more information to you as a pilot, and that's all I really care about with goggles, to be completely honest. I don't like the experience or the immersion or whatever. Like, the flight experience is not important to me, and it's not something that I care about when it comes to like which goggles I run or buy. It's about it's just about, you know, as much information being delivered to me as possible so that I can fly as good as possible. The footage afterwards, that's what gets my jollies off. And so yeah, it's whatever for me. It's interesting, and it's great that they haven't completely forgotten about us. But I'm not pissed at all. Yeah, the V2s are completely fine. Denzel the Terrible says, good evening. Tim says, I'm having trouble deciding which flight controller and ESC I should go with for a BQE Ripsqueak V2 3-inch build, WG. What's WG? I don't know acronyms, I'm old. Tim, if you've got the money, my recommendation is going to be the T-Motor F7 stack. That's a stack that it's definitely going to cost more money than getting like Mambo or iFlight or something like that. Mamba, rather. Mambo. That's how old I am. I just said Mambo. Luckily, I didn't say number 5, though. Yeah, that's a stack that you're going to be able to grow with, and you could even probably put into like a big old 5-inch rig. But yeah, if you want to save some money, the Mamba ESCs and flight controllers are definitely less money. They're going to probably be a little bit lighter. You're not going to be able to run them on a 5-inch rig, but you know, who rips apart a 3-inch rig and then builds a 5-inch rig, right? Like typically those are two completely separate things. So yeah, if you want the end-all be-all, I would do the T-Motor. But Mamba seems to be making some really good stuff. The Tooth Fairy 2 has a Mamba ESC. I don't know what flight controller's in there, but flight controllers don't really perform much different between one and the other, if at all. And yeah, that rig is on some seriously powerful motors, and that ESC is holding up totally fine. Hey, I figured out what the hell was going on with the Tooth Fairy 2. For some reason, one of the ESCs did not flash properly. I don't know how the hell the damn thing was flying at all, but yeah, I hooked it up to escconfigurator.com, and ESC number 3 was like unknown or something. I'm like, what? I flashed it, I reflashed it, and all was right with the world. Here is something weird though. That Mamba 30 amp, maybe 35 amp ESC, there was no Blue Jay. The target was like SH30, I want to say. There was no target for Blue Jay. So I actually couldn't put Blue Jay in there. I had to put regular old BLS on there, which is fine. It's, you know, Blue Jay is like this much better. Although in the air, I can't tell the difference between them. But Blue Jay does have a couple of extra options, which you can be confused by and not turn on. If you're anything like me. I won't judge Raviogi, no worries. Dan630, the whole spelling thing, like I always assume that you guys are on your phones, and Jesus Christ, the autocorrect errors that iPhones make are pretty absurd. Dan636 says, I love my T-Motor Mini F7. Metadirtson says, that might be my fault. I bought a bunch of Acons after blowing up my last spare Talon. No worries. GrizzFPV says, I do think you should give HackRC a try. So far, haven't blown flight controller or ESC on a Ripsqueak yet. Has been in a creek and crashed a lot, still going. So, speaking of that, and speaking of this prototype flight controller, I will be doing, and this, if you read enough into this, you'll know exactly what this flight controller is, if you don't already. I will be doing a build with HackRC, sort of a themed build. It's going to get a HackRC ESC, it's going to get this flight controller, and it's going to be going into the QAVS frame with the solid top plate and the purple standoffs. If you don't know yet, you gotta do you can figure it out. So yeah, I will be trying out the HackRC ESC 30x30 ESC in a themed build. All right, get me? CH3FPV says, let's say you're flying a tune with a Session 5 Now if you add a Hero 10 to have a similar tune, you have to start from scratch or just manually sum 5 to 10 points here and there. That's a really good question, CH3. So the difference in weight, so Session 5 is roughly 80 grams. Hero 10 is 130-ish grams. The Session 5 is very narrow. The Hero 10 is a little bit wider. So you're not gonna have to, you shouldn't have to change the filters. What? How is this possible? Oh, there we go. That was weird. Filters should be totally fine. If you think about a rig, you've got PIDs. You've got pitch, roll, and yaw PIDs. The roll axis, left and right. The only difference between the narrow Session and the slightly wider Hero 10 on the pitch axis is going to be that little bit of extra width, right? So, I'm sorry, on the roll axis rather, so on the roll axis, realistically, you don't have to change anything. If you want to be completely pedantic, you can add 1 or 2 points of P and D gain, and that'll get you back to exactly where you are. On the pitch axis, now we've got a problem. We're going from 80 grams here to 130 grams here. And when you do pitch motions, that GoPro is drastically offset. So the pitch axis is going to need a bunch more love. What I would personally do is I would add 5 extra points of P gain, I gain, and D max. And then I would add 2 or 3 points of D min on pitch. Fly it, do pitch flips, and see if you have any bounce back. Your I-term relax cutoff should be down to 10, and that's going to just delete any of the I-term related bounce back. So the only bounce back that's going to be left is bounce back from not enough authority, not enough like power in the PID tune on the pitch axis. All right. Power is not the right word to use. Power is not the technically accurate word to use, but it works really well and it just makes sense in your brain, and it's actually fine. But if you really want to get in the weeds, it's your PID gains don't change the amount of power, they change the amount of timing. But in the real world, the change that they make to timing performs very, 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 very similar to as if they were changing the amount of power. Basically, when you raise the PIDs, they attack the error earlier, and it's a cumulative thing, right? If your rig is falling and then you go full throttle, it takes like a half a second for it to decelerate and then bounce back up. So the power is cumulative, right? In that respect, the PID's the same way. If it starts to do a little jig and prop wash, it's a cumulative thing where the higher your PID values, the earlier that it's going to attack each wiggle in the prop wash. So if you're coming back and it starts to prop wash in this direction and this motor fires up a little bit earlier to defeat that, that's the same thing as this motor firing up harder and producing more thrust in the grand scheme of things, right? Because it's a cumulative thing. So raising the PID gains is going to have the motor that's experiencing error coming online quicker and potentially harder. But they're going to max their power out with whatever your PID sum is. So yeah, that's what I would do. I would add 5, 5, 5, and either 2 or 3 to the pitch axis, and then if you're still getting bounce back, I would do that again. Add 5, 5, 5, and 2 or 3 again. At that point, you'll have added 10 points of P gain. That should be more than enough to get you back to where you were with the Session on the front. But if it's still bouncing back all the while, and whenever you're making changes to your PIDs or filters, you got to keep an eye on motor heat. Every single time you take it up in the air and flip it around, you're going to land it, you're going to touch your motors as quick as you can, make sure they're not boiling hot. If you still have bounce back, you just keep going. Like that's basically, that is my safe tuning philosophy. That is the safe way to kind of crank up your tune. I'm going to start to use the filters a little bit more so that I can tell you guys how to do that shit with the filter sliders. I'm sorry, I meant to say sliders, not filters. Yeah, I'm going to start to use the sliders more, so I'll be able to tell you guys how to do that on the sliders at some point here. I think it's just the master multiplier. I feel like you can just move the master multiplier up by 0.5 and it'll accomplish the same thing. Because the master multiplier moves the PIDs, the iGains, the Dmax, the Dmin. The only problem is it's also going to move up the feed forward. But it's not going to move the feed forward up drastically. So yeah, master multiplier. So just kick the master multiplier up by 0.5. Same thing, check the motors, make sure they're not boiling hot. If you still have that bounce back, move the master multiplier up another 0.5. And yeah, maybe do it again. That's one of the simple, that's one of the really simple, really safe ways to tune the PIDs up on your rig. Although nowadays, I gotta be honest, the stock PIDs are more aggressive and they fly really, really, really well. And if you have a good mechanical system, the stock PIDs are going to be damn near perfect. As an example of that, my tunes on the sliders, all I'm really doing is moving 3 of the sliders from 1.0 to 1.1, and that's it. Admittedly, it helps a lot that I have very lightweight rigs, and I keep the ends of my arms very, very, very light. So if you've got a rig that's more than 620, more than 630 grams, you're going to have to push your PIDs a lot harder to control everything. One of the great things about the lightweight rigs, and specifically really lightweight motors on lightweight arms, is that it makes the PID loop's job a lot easier because you're minimizing the amount of rotational momentum that you've got on pitch, roll, and yaw. So the other thing that's going to happen is your power to weight ratio is going to change quite a bit. You're going to lose power to weight ratio. So if you've got motors that are a higher kV than you need and you've got a motor scaled down a little bit, I would kick that motor scaling up maybe 5% to make up for the extra 50 grams. My water glass peed on me. Chomper says, what's up? Just shut up, stinky mess. Rabbi Yogi says, ew. Kevin Sumner says, hey dudes, what's happening? GrizzFPV says, you see, they almost have full OSD in DJI not long now. Yeah, man. Good Lord. That was quick. For anybody that doesn't know, someone managed to, like, I don't know I'm not a computer person, so I don't know the right words to use for this, but somebody managed to dig into the DJI goggles so deep that they got to like root access or whatever. They must have watched the movie Hackers and Sneakers a couple times before. I don't know. But yeah, they have access now to like the root 1s and 0s, I guess, or whatever, of DJI. And so that was like a couple of weeks ago. That was like 2 weeks ago. Already, they have figured out how to overlay the full Betaflight OSD onto DJI. The only problem right now is you lose the DJI OSD, which gives you your megabits per second, and that other one. But unfortunately, those two measurements are all the way in the bottom right corner in stupidly small text, which is like just useless. I flew a bunch more batteries on DJI yesterday and the day before, and it's just terrible. Like that is just the worst possible place to put it. There is no way to read those numbers in your peripheral vision. You have to stop looking at where you're going, look down in the corner, focus on the tiny little numbers, read the numbers, think about the numbers, move your eyes back up to the center of the screen, refocus on what the hell's happening. It sucks a big bag of dicks. I am just shocked at how the DJI OSD is just worthless. This is a really big deal in my opinion. Them figuring this out, and I mean, if they figured this out after 2 or 3 weeks, I'm sure they'll figure out how to pull the DJI OSD in some way. I swear to God, if they can't figure out a way to make the text bigger, I'm gonna lose my mind. But so yeah, there's that. Super exciting. God knows what else is buried in there, right? I mean, what else could there really be? But I mean, we'll find out. It certainly seems like. Ravi Yogi says, sent some scratch to PayPal. Can we get some whoop flying at the end of the stream? I don't have a way of doing that here, because the battery to the monitor is discharged. But either next Whoop Wednesday or the one after that, there will be tons of whoop flying. Yeah. Sorry to disappoint. I know this is Whoop Wednesday. I don't even know where my Whoop batteries are. I might have left them at Maggie's, to be honest. I've been leaving a lot of Whoop stuff at Maggie's since it's so much more fun to fly there, and we're kind of moving out of Whoop season. So yeah, there's that. But Raviogi Professional Services with a $10 PayPal. He says, some damn whoop flying on a Wednesday. We can talk whoops. I'll answer questions about whoops. Anything you want to know. Thank you very much, Raviogi, for the support. Much appreciated, my man. I will give you plenty of whoop content soon. I promise. I promise. June Loco says, what firmware did you flash in this Mamba ESC I got from you a while back? It flies weird AF. LOL. June Loco, that should be the AM32 one, right? I should have specifically called out, like, hey, this is only for AM32. I can't imagine that I didn't. I was just not interested in going down the rabbit hole that is AM32. There's lots of info on GitHub, and Joshua has a video with the guy that did the AM32 stuff. I'm not a computer guy, and it just looked too confusing for me. Zach Lothimer says, I'm excited to know what you think of that D-quad frame versus a ripsqueak. To be honest, Zach, I can give you like 99% of what my review is going to be. It's bigger, it's stronger, it's heavier. I don't think that the D-quad frame is a great comparison to the ripsqueak frame. The ripsqueak frame is capable of sub 250 builds. It's meant to be lightweight with a single 20x20 stack. The fact that it's got the single 20x20 stack, that kind of guides you into the ability to build it lightweight without a Vista, for example, right? And whereas the D-quad frame is a lot heavier right out of the box, and it's got double 20x20 stacks, and it's got vertical carbon, so your build height is locked in. So realistically, and we're talking about the D-quad Mini LRX, realistically, that D-quad frame, it wouldn't make much sense to put anything other than a Caddx Vista into it. It doesn't even necessarily make all that much sense to put a RunCam hybrid into it. The RunCam hybrid DVR board is nice and thin and 20x20, and you can easily put that on the top of a ESC and flight controller stack. So basically, if you're looking to build a 3-inch DJI rig, the mini LRX frame makes an awful lot of sense, and that's what I'm going to be doing with it. If you're looking to build a analog 3-inch micro maybe with a RunCam hybrid, that's my recommendation. It's the Ripsqueak frame. And it's actually, and so there's the V1 Ripsqueak and there's the V2 Ripsqueak. If you're gonna do the RunCam hybrid build, the V1 Ripsqueak frame is a better option. If you're gonna do a regular FPV cam build, maybe with an Insta360 Go or Go 2 on top, the Ripsqueak V2 frame makes a little bit more sense for that. McConnell Studios is going to have Insta360 Go 2 mounts available very soon for the Ripsqueak V2. So yeah, there you go. Akash says, talking of PidSum, do you run full PidSum limit or not? I just put them up to 1,000 from Chris Rosser's video. On rigs that lack power, Tiny Whoops and Cinewhoops, namely, I do put PidSum all the way up to 1,000, which allows the PID loop to use full power. On my freestyle rigs, the Ripsqueaks, the Glides, where they've got a really nice power to weight ratio, I move the PidSum up a little bit, but not all the way. I move it up to 80% or 800 on pitch and roll, and 70% 700 in the CLI on yaw. I don't on those freestyle rigs, I don't need tons and tons and tons of PID authority, and it's a little bit safer to have that backed off. My thinking is Betaflight didn't put it to 100% for a reason. I have not heard anyone talking about that reason, and I have been looking for a while. My guess is that it's for safety, to make the rig safer around us. God forbid it, goes blender in our hands. But also from like an ESC safety standpoint. The PID loop can ask for a lot of power. Like when we're flying, we tend to not just go full throttle and let it sit on full throttle. The PID loop, because we have a little bit of mechanical sympathy, right? The PID loop doesn't have any mechanical sympathy. So if it's in a situation where it wants 100% throttle from all four motors, it's going to go 100% throttle on all four motors, and it's not going to stop until the situation changes. I can't really think of what that situation would be, but there are probably situations where that would happen, and that's going to blow your motors up, your ESC up, maybe your battery up, maybe the whole world up. You never know. So yeah, I don't go all the way on the PidSum on my freestyle rigs, just out of some semblance of safety, but also because I don't need to. I build rigs with very lightweight motors and very lightweight arms, and that does not require a ton of PID loop authority. Underpowered rigs do. They do not have underpowered rigs. For me, when I build them, it's a sacrifice of lightweight for a little bit less power. Cinewhoops, specifically, don't need tons of power. They're not freestyle rigs. They're meant to fly cinematic and smooth. Tiny Whoops could use extra power, but they fly so much better being lightweight because you're trying to fly them in a really small space, right? Your house. So yeah, there's a different, little bit of a shift there. So the smaller motors with the maxed out PidSum makes a big difference. So yeah, good question, brother. Go-Kart Mozart says, what's up? Layman Board says, I thought you can move the DJI OSD in the goggles from the menu in the goggles. I have not been able to, and I've talked about this a bunch of times, and nobody has spoken up and said that you can do that. If you can do that, that would be wonderful. If I could at least move those to the bottom center, it would make a big difference in having some chance of reading them from my peripheral vision. But yeah, I went all through the menu, top to bottom, and I couldn't find it. And yeah, I've talked about it a couple times, and nobody has gone, hey, dumbass, you just go here in the menu and hit this button. Yarb says, yo, what were those super tiny race wires on your Ripsqueaks? Was it Flywoo? You have to buy it straight from them. You got it, Yarbs. Flywoo, they're 15 millimeters long, and you do have to buy it straight from them. I've only ever seen them on Flywoo's website. Just remember, they have a bunch. Remember, they're the ones that are 15 millimeters long. And they're the wide ones. Don't get the skinny ones. The skinny ones are limited to like 2S and 3S, I think. Yeah, I think they're 2S and 3S only. Athix says, I got the Spaghetti Monster rig soldered up, just waiting on the 1-watt HD0. Very cool. The FSM, the Flying Spaghetti Monster. All right. FSM 1. This is your first Spaghetti Monster rig, right, Athix? So this is FSM number 1. Let's build. Why did that happen? Let's build. Let's put the old flight controller right back into the rig that I took it out of. This is absolutely infuriating. I gotta be honest. I don't like working on rigs as it is. I really don't like reworking rigs because I wasn't paying enough attention. But I will admit, I will be very happy if T-Motor did not use a different wiring pin layout on their ESC plug. Let's actually check that right fucking now. So, the top pin is... Jesus, I can barely read this. The top pin... Oh, I don't know. The bottom pin is ground. That's a good sign. Ground, voltage, good. And then motors 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, motors 1, 2, 3, 4. And then C for current. C-U-R-R for current. And then R for receive. Woo! Yeah, yo, T-Motor electronics are made by Acon. I'm just going to fucking say it. It has to be. There's just absolutely no way that these two boards did not come from the same manufacturer. I'm sorry if they did, but they didn't. And if they did, you can come to my house and just pink belly me back to the 1800s. How about that? All right, here we go. I jumped up a notch. Ah! Get out of there. Let go of my nut. Let go of my nut. There it is. It let go of my nut. That was nice of it. The thing that's going to really piss me off here is I cut these crossfire wires a little too short, and I'm pretty sure that they're not going to reach. The one subtle difference here is where the pads that I like to use for the crossfire are, and yeah, it's I'm pretty sure it's not going to reach, and that's going to really, really annoy me. But maybe it will. I seem to remember, and I can kind of see that I spun the crossfire. Yeah, you can see it. I spun the crossfire wires together. One of the reasons that I twist them together like that is to give a little bit of extra length on them in this exact scenario. Did the chat die, or is there just nobody in there? The last chat comment is from 10 minutes ago from Athix. Are you guys just masturbating? All right. So let's get this desoldered. And we will... There you guys are. Cool. Just making sure. YouTube's been kind of jacked up lately. First step, jack up your car. Alright, so let's take the power and ground off first. And then I'm going to ask you guys in chat to type something in the chat in a second. God damn it. Stop it! There we go. I was picking the wire up, but then it was sliding out of the tip of the tweezers, and then it was sitting back down on the pad and reconnecting itself. Do me a favor, chat. Somebody type blue is R2. Blue is R, yellow is T. Blue is R, yellow is T. On the flight controller. Alright? Or if you guys just remember that and tell me in a minute when I switch these things out, that would be great. That's all I really care about. Alright. Yellow is T. Blue is R. It's not a terrible idea. Yellow, the Y in yellow is very similar to the letter T. The letter Y is very similar to the letter T. So it kind of makes sense for... But the problem is the yellow is actually on the R pad of the Crossfire, so it becomes like, well, what did I do it for? I don't know. I wish there was some kind of a standard. I wish someone would say, all right, everybody, yellow is for video, blue is for R on the flight controller, white is for T on the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be super cool, but, you know, we don't do things that make sense around here. We just do it different every time and hope for the best. So I'm actually gonna get this brand new Acon flight controller over to Seneca, a local pilot who has a hot air station, and I think I should have one or two flight controllers with blown up flight controllers with working MPU 6000s on them, and I'm super curious if he can swap an MPU 6000 out, because yeah, this is a great flight controller that has a 10-volt BEC in it and a nice plug header for DJI. This is a really nice DJI flight controller. I would love to put this to have a rig that's all Acon stuff. You know what I'm saying? Acon flight controller, Acon ESC. I have one of the analog rigs is, but it would be cool to also have a digital rig that's all Acon stuff. Although, that being said, I don't know. I mean, it's, I do want to move towards T-motor stuff. So you might see my use of Acon ESCs disappear. I'm going to try my best. But man, ESCs are expensive, and I have a whole bunch of Acon ESCs still, so it's going to be hard to move away from that. But I don't know. We'll see. See what happens. Athix says Kebab laughed at the name Spaghetti Monster. Nice. Kevin Sumner is replacing a broken motor. Sergio says we're so in tune. Second step, put jack stands to not die. Raviogi says almost there, wait for it. Akash says just watching you, very cool. Acro Weeboo is in the house. What's up, Dalton? He says, want to test something cool? 400 milliwatt V3? Very much so. I would love that. because that would be perfect in one of these tiny lifters. I think that one of the V3s in one of the tiny lifters is shitting the bed. So that would be kind of amazing to swap it out for that. That would be the perfect AIO for these little tiny lifters, to be completely honest. Because I'm putting ELRS in them, so they've all got crazy receiver range now. 200 milliwatts is pretty damn good, but 400 is 25% better. Dan636 says, I ordered that flux pen, tried to depress the tip to flow the flux. It got stuck inside the pen and lost half my flux. That sucks, Dan. Oh, God. It sucks. I love when shit like that happens, though, because, like, am I the only one that has, so this would have been, that kind of shit happens, like, not all the time, but, like, once a month, right? That happens with something in your life. And so, like, this is my standard reaction to some shit like that happening, right? So here's the flux pen. You know what I mean? Do any of you guys have that reaction when something just like fails right in front of you? It's just like, well, okay, fuck you too. It's just like, what am I gonna do? Like, what am I gonna do? Yell and scream? Like, no, it just, it just shit the bed right in front of me. Oh boy. Boy, the comedy of life. We laugh to keep from crying. All right, so here is the wire bundle coming out of the Crossfire, and it's all twisted up. So I'm going to untwist it, and we're going to see how much extra cable length we can maybe get here, if any. Should be a little bit, though. Usually, yeah, you'll get a little bit. So I'm actually gonna pick up the ESC here too, to just give myself a little bit more space. This is another reason why you always want to add a little bit of extra motor wire between your ESC and your motor, or your race wires, or your LED race wires. Because it makes this little exercise that I'm about to go through a lot more realistic. It basically just gives you a little bit more access to the underneath of the ESC, so that you don't have to desolder the motors, because that's just for the birds. Right, so if you add some extra cable in here, you can lift this ESC up, you know what I mean? And get underneath it in case you tuck wires under there like I do. So what I'm actually going to do is pull these wires completely out, and then I'm going to feed them back under there. If I hadn't added the extra motor wire, realistically I wouldn't be able to do this, because it would be too tight under there to get this going. So here we go. Let's get these de-twistified. This is also something that I really love about not being on analog, is that video interference problems are kind of a thing of the past. I used to do this twisted pair thing and twisted wire bundles thing to keep the video signal as clean as possible, because that is a constant struggle with analog stuff. But on digital, that goes away. So I will absolutely admit that is a huge benefit of DJI over analog, is the lack of video noise. I flew one battery on the test bed rig with those Axis 2306 motors, and it's got all kinds of video noise. And I was like, oh, right, I remember this pain in the ass. So yeah, that's kind of annoying if I'm honest, but I'll get that straightened out. All right, so I got these guys all figured out here. I'm actually just gonna pass one at a time under the ESC. And there we go. I just want to like maximize the amount of length that I get from these. And so we're just gonna send these under here. Okay. What is that getting hung up on? All right, there we go. So we've got our ground wire. Oh yeah, we're gonna be fine. Yes. All right, this is good news. I lied. I'm gonna put these all under there at once. Yellow, blue, and red. Get your little asses under there. I hate having to rework rigs once they're fully built like this. It just sucks, man. It's just so much easier to work on these when they're when you're in the build process and they're and there's more room to kind of maneuver. But hey, when shit breaks or when you start crashing them, there's really no other way. So get used to it, sister. Alright, there is power. And then, come on, blue and yellow. Where the hell are you? There they are. Come on, come on, come on. There's yellow. And here comes blue. There we are. Come on. Alright, there's blue. Yellow is trying to escape. Got it though. Alright, so there's all four of them. They're all over the damn place, but they're under. Alright, yellow, red. Trying to keep them separate from the camera cable. There we go. 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 Okay. Alright. Come on. Come on, come on. There we go. There we go. Alright, so Crossfire is threaded through, and there is going to be enough cable length for them to reach the slightly different location of the pads on the T-motor. CMYK is in the house. What's up, brother? Swap that base plate out. Very cool. Okay. I think everything else is in the same position, right? Yeah, this DJI plug is in the same spot. Oh god, this is the same flight controller. That's better. That would have been ultra frustrating to put this thing all the way back together with the same flight controller by accident. Okay, so we're good to go. I'm gonna get this thing mounted in here, and then I'm gonna solder up to these pads because they're kind of on the corner, and it's like really no big deal. So here's the DJI plug. I guess I should confirm that the pads are the same on this as well. I can't imagine that they wouldn't be, but let's just check. So all the way on the left, we've got 10 volts, 10 volts, next to it ground, ground, T3, T3, R3, R3, ground, ground, R1, R1. Acon makes, here, just so that you guys can get an even closer view of it. Tell me those aren't made by the same place. Why does the one look so much smaller? It's because of the way it was sitting on my hand. Tell me that those aren't both made by Acon. I don't know why the one looks so much smaller than the other one, but it's not. Oh, actually it is. That's interesting. It is a little bit smaller. But I mean, come on now, right? Like this is pretty fucking obvious. You ain't fooling nobody, T-Motor. You ain't fooling nobody. You ain't fooling nobody. All right. Acon being put aside. Maybe it'll be given a new lot in life by Seneca. Maybe not. Either way. Live and let live. Am I right? What the hell does that mean in this context? Okay, if I can't get this plugged in soon, I'm going to throw a temper tantrum. I hate these plugs. I hate these plugs. I hate these plugs. Got it! And I've still got the rubber grommets on here, so let's just get this dropped down on those. Make sure that it doesn't bottom out or do anything weird. Nah, we're good. All right, perfect. So now we'll get the ESC plugged in here, which is always easier said than done. Come on. Come on, little buddy. You can do it. You can get in there. That is your home. You know what happens if you're too good for your home. You'll have to answer to me. Come on. Come on, you jerk. Pins are up. Come on, you dirty hoe. Get in there. Get in there, you prostitute. Come on now, get up in there. Get. Hey, there it goes. Prostitute. Okay. Let me be a crazy person and make these wires look nice for no real reason. Again. Okay. Yeah. Come on now. Keep your wires looking good. It's the little things, right? The little things. Make your wires look good. It'll make you feel better in the morning. Clean your room, clean your office, make your bed, and keep your wires looking good. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that a little bit better in a minute here. But first, let's get this soldering done. I should have a little card with the T-Motor pad layout on it. Where's that little card at? Did I put it away? Hey, I put it away. Look at me go. Alright, where's it at? Where are you at? What the? Where is it? What the hell? Come on now. Where's it at? No, that's not it. Is it over here? No, that's not it. What the I know I kept... I thought I kept it. Shit. Did I not keep it? What? Why? Why no keep? Oh, man. I made it a point to not throw the damn thing away. And I think I accidentally threw the damn thing away. That's frustrating. I leave it on the desk, did I? No? Is it still in the garbage? Oh, there's a lot of garbage in here, though. Hey! There it is! Look at me go. That's weird that I threw that away. I usually hang on to these stupid little cards that they include. Why am I holding it up there? These stupid little cards that they include. I'm always worried that, like, if they discontinue this flight controller, it'll be really hard to find the wiring pin out. All right, so let me scroll back up in the chat. Okay, blue is R, yellow. Oh God, what the hell? That tasted like sadness. Okay. Ground, power, RX1, TX1. Okay, so we're gonna do TX1 first, which is yellow. So yellow is gonna go first. All right. So now I'm gonna get ultra weird with it. I'm gonna make sure that the yellow wire is off to the side here. Whew, I'm gonna use every little bit of wire that is available. Actually, I'm gonna put like one little. I think I'm gonna put like 2 rotations on these wires because it's gonna be really hard to get these to sit flat, and I do have a little tiny bit of extra cable length. So let me just do this real quick. This is me being ultra. I'm just going to get ultra weird with this. Not going to lie. 1, 2, 3. All right, just in the front here, just to kind of keep it together. And all right, yeah, that's fine. So we're going yellow first. All right. Is that soldering iron on? It is on, but it came down to minimum temperature. Get some flux on here, which is going to be really important because these pads are absolutely minuscule. So yellow first, on to the T. Oh, shit. That's the T1 pad. That's not happening. Farts. Alright, so that's a definite difference between these 2 flight controllers. These are R2 pads in the same location that the T1 pads are. Alright, hold on. With powered stuff, you don't want it on odd numbered UARTs. So I could go down here. There's an RX2 and TX2 down here. And then there's an RX4 and TX4 over here. Then there's also... Nope, that's it. That's it. So do I want to go down here or over here? I think I'm going to go over here. Well, this is annoying. Certainly not the end of the world, but just a little bit annoying. Let's go. How is there not another 5-volt source on the bottom of this flight controller? Interesting. Alright, well, that's fine. It's fine. Alright. Here we go. we go. All right. I'm gonna have to pick this thing up. I'm gonna have to pick this flight controller up to get access to these rear pads. And I kind of want to cut down the TX and RX wires, but I don't actually think I'm gonna. So let me do this. The power and ground pads need to stay long. So they're gonna get. Let's see if I twist up the yellow and blue, how much shorter I can make them. Yeah, CMYK. So the on some flight controllers, if you have a powered so like the receiver, for example, right? That's powered by USB. It will prevent the some flight controllers from going into DFU mode if you have a powered peripheral on an odd numbered UART, like UART 1 or UART 3. It doesn't happen with all flight controllers, but it's a really good practice to just put non-powered stuff like the Vista on odd numbered UARTs, and then powered stuff like your Crossfire onto even numbered UARTs, just for the sake of, you know, potentially not having to deal with that in the future. It's something that not many people really know about or talk about, but it's but because again it doesn't happen super often, but it does happen. So yeah, just one of those best practices. Okay, so that took, I mean, if you were ever wondering how much distance you can save or extend out of twisting a couple of 30 gauge wires, here's a really good example of it. It's not much, but it is some, that's for sure. So this is a pretty decent wire run, and there you go. There's the difference in twisted versus non-twisted. The red and black are not twisted, the blue and yellow are. So it's, you know, I don't know, this is like 3/4 of an inch or so. A little bit more now that I pull the black wires out. It's about an inch. You can shorten it up by about an inch, and the wire run is about the length of a 30 by 30. So the wire run is roughly like, I don't know, 40 millimeters, maybe 50 millimeters. So it makes a difference, but not night and day. All right, so power is going to be going up there. I can just put a couple little twists in it just to kind of keep them together without really shortening it up. Okay. All right, so let's get these power wires out of the way, and we're gonna do the RX and TX first. Yellow is going to the TX pad, and the TX pad is on the outside. Okay, cool. So we're going to put these like this, and let me just push down the silicone insulation a little bit here on the yellow pad. I actually need to grab it with the tweezers here. I'm just going to pull down a little bit just to get a little bit more. Rather than stripping more of the silicone off, a lot of times you can just use your fingernail to kind of push the silicone down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Okay, so let's get this lifted up so that I can get access to these pads. I think I'm actually going to put it up on, yeah, there we go. Let's put it up on top here so I got a little bit more room to work. We're going to get some flux on these two pads. We're going to tin these pads first, and then we're going to put the wires down on them. So it's the two inside pads here. Soldering iron is at 710 degrees. Let's get this done. Come on. Flip over the tip of the soldering iron because that's where all that solder just stuck to, and there we go. That one. And that one. Let me make sure that, I think the one pad got a little out of control there. Make sure it's not bridged. There we go. Perfect. All right, let me take a really quick look. These pads are admittedly small. I do wish they were just a little bit bigger. It's doable though. I mean, especially because they're out in the corner here. It's not too bad. Okay, there we go. That's looking a little bit better. And, all right, what did I say? RX is on the inside, so blue is on the inside. Yellow is on the outside. We're going to just separate these two a little bit. And away we go. Alright, how can I... Yeah, that's the move. There we go. Okay. The flight controller is kind of sitting up all weird like, but with 30 gauge non-ground pads, you only like barely need to touch it to melt it, and it's usually kind of fine. So we can do this kind of weirdly and still get a good solder joint. Weird's not the right word there, but you guys know what I mean. Alright, we got no flux at all. Let's get that going here. It's much better. That's a much better positioning for it. That's much less jank. Okay, let's just rework that blue wire real quick here with some actual flux on there. I'm actually just going to remove it all the way, and then we'll re-zap it on. Okay. So now it's off. Everything is fighting me. Ooh, there we go. That'll work. Moving the work to me. That's actually not going to work because now it's too far away, isn't it? Come on. Come on, man. Sit in a spot where I can fucking work on you, you prick. There we go. Yeah, that's the stuff. I do want to get it. I do want to get these angled. I just realized because the standoff comes kind of close. So let me rework this one more time. Here we go. That's how I want it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, good. And now we're going to get the telemetry wire on here. Same kind of deal. I do want it on a little bit of an angle. Okay. All right, yeah, right there. Right there. Let's see how ugly that is. I don't have high hopes. Oh no, it's fucking fine. Wow, okay. Good. Perfect. Alright, those are good. Now I can drop this down and the power and ground leads will be 1,000 times easier. Because they're not on the very corner of the board all silly like. Camera wire going up above, and then DJI bundle just kind of tucked away here in the middle. Alright. Good. Good, good, good. Okay, terrific. That's from a movie. I don't remember what one. What do we got here? We've got, flip this upside down, ground and then power. So ground is right next to the USB port and then power is right above it. So let's do the ground first. Bend this over, hold the wire down to the board, release with the tweezers, re-grab with the tweezers so that I can hold the wire nice and flat. Shouldn't need more flux, but I'll put it on here anyway. Alright, let's bang this out real quick. There's a ground pad, so we got to be a little bit more patient, but it's a small pad, so it went fast. And then right next door, we've got 5 volt. And there we have it. The Rossi is back the way that it was. Kind of annoying, but welcome to FPV. The most annoying of all the hobbies. But the most rewarding, let's just be honest. Let me get this little wire bundle looking a little bit better here. There we go. Okay, pull it over this way. Separate these little guys. And yeah, it's close enough. Ooh, that blue wire escaped. Get back in there, blue wire. Yeah, there we go. Okay, pull that down like that. Pull this like this. Whatever. I'm over it. Okay, let's make sure that all the cables are clear underneath the ESC. Yep, we're good. And yeah, we're good with that as well. The blue and yellows are good to go. Yeah, that little bit of twisting really did the job there. So we're good. Throw some nuts on here and away we go. That's what she said. Many of you that have ordered Etsy stuff or won giveaways should have gotten your tracking number emails today. I'm going to finish up tonight. By tomorrow I should be completely good to go on stuff that I owe you guys. Thanks as always for your patience and generosity and all that good stuff. Remember, treat yourself. Head on over to my Teespring page, my Etsy store, all kinds of good fun stuff that you might need for your next build or just your life. Okay. Let's get this ESC, not EXC, cranked down here. Okay. All right. By the way, could you guys tell those two flight videos that I played at the beginning of the stream, which one was KISS, which one was Betaflight? If not, what are you, fucking blind? B-Man FPV says T-Motor usually uses UART 5 as their RX spot, so it's cool in their shit. But I've heard that can happen. Yeah, I think usually it's UART 1 and 3 that can cause the problems. And like I said, it's not all flight controllers. But, you know, just one of those things. Akash, yeah, there will be a hover test for sure. Yeah, man, the skin on my note, man, I got sunburned as fuck 2 Thursdays ago on that one gig with little baby. And, like, the skin on my nose has not been the same since. It's all fucking mangled. I really need to stop picking at it. All right, I'm going to stop picking at it. Okay. Hey, this is a job for the nut grabber. Link down below to Amazon. Get yourself a nut grabber. Look at that. Look how nicely it grabs nuts. I don't usually need it for M3 nuts, but Jesus, these M2 nuts are so small that the nut grabber is key. And once you have yourself a nut grabber, why don't you buy a nut grabber sticker over on the Etsy store? If you don't, I'm going to come to your house and eat you in the face. I'm going to cut your face off and I'm going to eat it. So choose stickers so that I don't have to choose violence. This motherfucker woke up and chose violence. Have you guys seen the teacher that woke up and chose violence in dodgeball? Female teacher just like annihilates her students in dodgeball. It's great. She runs out to the middle, steals all the balls, and then just destroys these poor little elementary school kids. Taking out all that frustration. Oh, really? You're not going to do your homework again? Oh. All right. I see you. I see you. Boo! See this ball bouncing off your face, yo. North 49RC says, so you always want your receiver on an even numbered UART. Correct, North 49. That is just like a good total practice, you know, just good solid practice. If you do that, you will probably never have to deal with this. You'll probably never have to deal with this weird my flight controller won't go into won't go into DFU mode strangeness. Where the hell did that other drive? There it is. All right, so let's get these flight controller nuts tightened just right, but not too much, but not too little. The way that I do that is I push down on the flight controller to make sure that it's completely seated down as low as it'll go on whatever setup you have below it. And then with each screw, you just kind of snug it up. You now that you've pushed it down all the way, there should be no gap between the nut and the top of the grommet. But you just want to make sure that. You just want to make sure that when you push it down, it stays in contact with the nut on top. I actually have this one a little bit too tight. Let's back this one off a little bit. All right, perfect. Because if you push down on the flight controller and there's a gap between the nut, that's when the nut is going to want to back itself off. Like this one. This one is not screwed down nearly enough. So we'll give it another couple little turns here. Push down. It's a little loose still. A little bit tighter. There we go. You want the flight controller to be able to move, of course. Otherwise, the rubber grommets aren't doing anything. But you want to make sure that these are not too... It's worse for them to be too tight than too loose, admittedly. But there's no reason for them to be either. It's very simple to get that dialed in properly. Let me just make sure that these DJI wires are not being a bunch of jerks. Make sure that they're kind of organized a little bit here and not crossing over each other. Okay, so there's the green, there's the white, there's the black, there's the red. And yeah, they are being kind of a pain in the ass. So let me just, what I want to make sure is that none of these wires aren't binding up between the bottom of the flight controller and the base plate. So just take a second and just kind of organize the wires a little bit, and should be good to go. There we are. Okay. So there's the power and ground. Those are not being jerks. It's the green and the white that are kind of being assholes at the moment. So let me just get that figured out. There it is. Okay, there's the white. Where'd that ground wire go? Ground wire, where are you at? What? Get back over here. What you doing, bro? Stop. There it is. Stop trying to escape. There we go. All right, there it is. Okay. There's the ground. I'm sorry, guys. You probably couldn't even see any of that. Not that you can really see much. Christ, I can barely see in here what I'm doing right now. But yeah, just basically making sure that these wires are loose under here. You want them to be. You want to be able to pull the wires in either direction, because that means they're not sandwiched between like a component and the base plate. And yeah, we're good to go. This is looking fine. So the last thing I'm going to do is just kind of give these a little tug here to organize them. Red, then black, then white, then green. Remember, friends, give your wires a little tug. Good. Much better. They look to be... Yeah, there we go. Now I can really see it. Okay, cool. All right. That is, I think, it. Flight controller's got a little bit of movement, but not too much. ESC is buried. This is looking good. This is looking good. This rig did stop smoking. I think, I have a hunch, that this LED race wire is one of the older ones that are only spec'd out for up to 4S. So I think I'm overdriving the LEDs. Eventually they'll blow up. Tiny's LEDs designs them to fail safe, so it won't hurt anything when the the LED rather blows up. And then I'll replace it at that point. There's a chance that that's not what it is, but it's so buried in there, and I have it like so neatly, it's fine. I'll just let it. Maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it was the flux burning off. You know, worst case scenario, the LED burns out and whatever. I'll replace it eventually. Akash says, does the Glide come with those red shoulder bolts? I want to mod an old source one with some of those. I don't know what red shoulder bolts are. What's that mean? Akash. Ravi Yogi says, "Whoa!" Resorting to face eating. Just bought a holographic sticker from the Etsy store. Please spare me. All right, Ravi Yogi is spared. Not because he asked, but because he got the thing and the place. Know what I'm saying? All right. So it's top plate and then test hover. And then maybe, I mean, since it is... No, it's not early. But maybe we can start speccing out the other build, the QAVS Cinema build. I was gonna have tonight still be Whoop Wednesday and see if I could blast through that build before the live flying gig on Saturday. But it's just not gonna happen. There's just... It's not going to happen. So, this rig has DJI. I would rather have one more rig for sure for this gig with an easy fix than, to blast through a frame that I've never built before with micro components that are going to take forever, yada, 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 yada. So, yeah, I can't imagine that I'll fly this rig this Saturday because this is the Basher rig with kind of like Basher motors. But God forbid all the other rigs go down, it'll be nice to have this. So yeah, it just makes more sense to made more sense to knock this shit out. I'm gonna be going with, I think this will be 5. I think 5 different rigs, two Cinewhoops, and the Cinesplorer, this one of course, and the Razorback. The Razorback I have put onto regular 5143 Gemfan props, and I took the 40 degree GoPro mount off and I put a 20 degree GoPro mount on it. And then this. So yeah, I'll have tons of backups. I will the plan is to only fly the Cinewhoops. The bicycles only go about 30 miles an hour, so the Cinewhoops should be absolutely fine. And there will be spectators, not near where I'm flying, but there will be spectators, in the area. So yeah, the plan is to fly the Cinesplorer and the Tooth Fairy 2 exclusively, but apparently the spectators are not close. So we can maybe play around with some 5-inch stuff. I'm going to wait until I get there and see how it is. But yeah, should be good. I'm looking forward to it. It's I'm looking forward to it now. I have a feeling that I'm going to get kind of bored. A part of live flying is kind of just doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. So I have a feeling that it's going to be pretty boring, and it's just going to be like charge batteries, do the same swoopy path when the bicycles come around each time, same swoopy path, same swoopy path. I'm sure I can play around a little bit, but like it's broadcast, like broadcast stuff, they don't want you to play around. Like they want you to do the same thing pretty much every time. And so yeah, it'll be fun regardless though. Any day that you get to fly is a good day. So hardest part about it is going to be waking up stupidly early and driving 2 hours into Alabama or whatever the hell it is. Albuquerque, Alabaster. I don't know. What's the state right next to Georgia? Is it Alabama? I think it is, right? Yeah, it's over in Alabama. It's only 2 hours from me, though. It's right over the border. Hopefully I don't get shot by a hillbilly. Okay. Let's do a little test hover. Hingus! Actually, no. I have 6 rigs. I have McConnell Studios' unruly Cinesplorer that I'm going to try to get up in the air tomorrow to see why the hell it's wobbling around. I made some changes to the PIDs and some other stuff, though. Oh, hey, yeah, I got to actually ask him. he's got this weird user 1 setup that he's got throttle on aux 4 feeding into user 1 in the modes tab, and I don't know why. There we go. Cool. All right. Let's see if we can finally embed a 5-inch rig into the ceiling. Actually, no. Let me hook up to. I mean, this. I think I'm fine. This ESC was on here. Oh, you know what I probably don't have is the OSD. Oh, god damn it. It's fucking USB-C. This USB-C shit can suck my ass. So fucking annoying. Alright. Here we go. What is on this? Oh, I gotta get the rest of these uploaded. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna unplug that. Okay, so there we go. Let's take a look. I think that I need to copy my OSD over from the other one. I might actually just do a diff from the oh no, that's right. Betaflight no longer works on this computer. God damn it. Yeah. My God, is that annoying? Okay. Well, God damn it. I'm gonna have to do it over here. I'm not gonna be able to show you guys Betaflight anymore. That's super annoying. Oh, what the hell happened with that? I don't know. Some people have old shit. God damn it! Stop making things only work on brand new shit. Not everybody is as wealthy as some of you people. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, let me see here. Sorry I can't show this to you guys, but, you know. Not my fucking fault. Connect, and OSD, and yeah, OSD is not on here. So, bit tuning's all locked in though. Alright, so let me now plug another USB cable into the Mac Mini to hook up this other flight controller to grab a diff off of it. Alright. I think, is this on 4.3? Whatever, it's fine. Actually, what I probably could do is, no, let's just do a diff. That's easy. This should be fine. All right, end of command batch. Here we go. Let's copy this whole schlip and copy. Oh, wait a second. I have both of these plugged in. I wonder which one it hooked up to. I have both flight controllers plugged in at once. I wonder which one it picked. That's funny. Okay. Now I'm on the correct one. Diff. Yeah, this is the one that I picked. That's fine. Alright. And copy and disconnect. And then let's unplug this one. And Plug this one in again. All right, there's that. CLI. So let me paste this diff in. I'm gonna hit enter and I'm gonna look for the red text. A little bit of red text, so this must not have been RC3. Feed forward smooth factor, feed forward jitter factor. Those are the only two that came up red. All right, so we're fine. I'm gonna hit save. All right, there we go. Cool. PID tuning, filter settings. Let me make sure I didn't have the... Oh, come the fuck on. Really? You're gonna play this game with me? Come on, man. Don't be like this. Not like this. I'm gonna do a fresh install because it's acting a little weird. So we're gonna auto detect the board, T-motor F7. They take the numbers out of the firmware version. What the hell? Wait a second. Oh, show unstable releases was not checked. Okay. Release and release candidate. There we go. Okay, I'm actually not going to do RC4. I'm just going to do RC3. Fuck it. Let's do RC4. Chris Thompson did say that they didn't change anything in the CLI between 3 and 4. So I should be able to do this diff. Okay. Okay. Verifying and programming successful. Happy days are here again. Connect, CLI, paste, enter. What? What? CLI is not working. Let's power cycle the flight controller. There we go. Apply custom defaults. All right. Calibrate accelerometer, CLI, paste, enter. Let's see if we get any red text. No red text at all. Fantastic. Save. And now we should be good to go. Let's take a look. PID tuning. Hey, that looks better. Filter settings. Hey, that looks better. All right. So we've got, this is a glide frame, so I'm going to put my little 210 to 200 gyro notch filter on there. Okay. One notch, Q factor 500. All right, good. So now we should be all set. All right. Oops. I think this is the rig that I did do the slide. Okay, so here's the sliders on this rig. So going from the top to the bottom, and I have expert mode turned on, the damping D-gain slider I have up at 1.1. The tracking P and I gain slider I have at 1.1 as well. Stick response, feed forward, I usually run that all the way down, but I'm actually experimenting with it at the regular value of 1.0. Dynamic damping, Dmax, I have turned up to 1.2. And I'm actually going to turn that up even more. Where I actually want that is 1. See, this slider does not work properly. It does not maintain the ratio of roll to pitch correctly, which is very confusing. there's something, I feel like there's something wrong with the dynamic damping Dmax slider. Because I want to move it up to the point where there's 10 extra points of Dmax over P gain, but it increases the pitch at a much higher rate than the roll. So all I can do is this. So I'm going to move the dynamic damping Dmax slider all the way up to 1.7 actually. Drift wobble iGain slider is at 1.1. Pitch damping slider is at 1.1. Pitch tracking slider is at 1.1. Master multiplier is at 1. That is pretty close to my standard tune that I run on my 5-inch freestyle rigs, but with the sliders. It's not exact, but that's pretty close. And then the dynamic damping gain in advance, I always move up to 50. And that is it. This thing should be good to go now. Black box is still good to go. Let's erase the flash. Cole Powers says, I've noticed some changes in Nightly's dev releases since RC3 that are worth applying. RC4 should be very nice. Yeah, I read the light notes that Chris posted earlier today. It's interesting. Code to assign that creates user one mode. It's a CLI UART assignment. What's it do? It's interesting. Interesting. Okay. Oh, no, it's erasing the black box data. Okay, so let's get this battery out. Transmitter's good to go. Let's get this guy. Oh, there we go. All right, so that's done. Disconnect. And awesome. Okay, bench battery going on. Test hover coming at you. Maybe this is when we finally destroy everything in sight. Hit! All right, here we go. Transmitter coming on. You guys are gonna get some crossfire buzz. Nothing I can do about that. Here we go. Don't blow up, please. Didn't blow up. Good first sign. Putting it on the floor in the middle of the room. Getting out of the room, hiding behind the couch. All right, ready? Arm it quick, and then disarm. And I can already hear it's having problems. All right. I think there's a motor rotation issue. Let's get it back into Betaflight and get that figured out. Actually, I can probably figure it out on the bench real quick. Right front. Left front. Left rear. Right rear. Interesting. Huh, that's weird. I actually don't know what's going on. But I will know in a second. Let's see here. First things first, let's take a look at board rotation, board orientation, all that good stuff. Nose down. Okay, so the board's backwards. Nose down is actually nose up. That's weird. Huh. So we're just going to put 180 degrees into the yaw. Save and reboot. And that should be good to go. Alright, nose down. There we go. Nose up. Good. Left side down. Good. Right side down. Good. Yaw left, yaw right. Okay, that's going to work an awful lot better. While we're at it, let me just make sure that the... No, the motors are in the right spots. Yeah, we're good to go. Motor direction is reversed. Yeah, it was just the board being the wrong direction. Although, before the PID loop became active, it was making some anger noises, which is not great. But can't really tell until the board alignment is corrected. So let's try this again. Taking cover behind the couch, arming quickly, disarming, good. Yeah, see, it's not happy. Same thing as the old flight controller, actually. Interesting. Same exact problem. Wow, this is not good. So this has actually been... this is a problem on every rig that I've put onto RC3 lately. Once they're up in the air, they're flyable, but at zero throttle they do this. They get really angry at zero throttle.
Telemetry lost.
This is now 3 different rigs, 4 different flight controllers. Wow. That's bad. Let's put it onto RC2 and see if that magically fixes it. Wow, this was like my last sort of hope in terms of... so this is now RC4 as well that's causing this weird problem. So let's come in here. I'm going to type diff. Select it all. Copy it. Man, this is super annoying. Let me make I know that I have the most recent configurator here. Damn it. Oh, Christ. This is not good, man. Not good. Ugellan is also having problems with RC3. Alright, so let's go back to RC2. And we're going to load firmware online. Yeah, flash firmware. Damn it! I was really close to leaving it on because it was on RC. I think it was on RC2. I was really close to leaving it. I wish I had. Very, very, very weird. All right. Programming successful. Let's cycle the power on the flight controller. There we go. And connect. Apply custom defaults. Okay, great. Let's calibrate the accelerometer. So what this also means is that potentially the gyro is fine on the Acon flight controller, which is super annoying because, you know, that just means I wasted even more time. Nose down, nose up. All right, now I gotta put the diff in here first. Looking for red text, and there's none. Great. Save. Okay. Let's go into, well, no, hold on, let's check. Nose down, nose up, left, right, y'all left, y'all right. Okay, good. And then we're going to PID tuning. This all looks fine. Yep, filter settings. Yep, that looks good. Let's move the dynamic notch filter count up to 2. All right. Well, let's see how this is. I mean, the motors are banged up on this rig, but I actually did change a bunch of them out. So they're a lot less banged up. Everything looks fine here. Yeah, alright, let's see how it is on RC2. I have a feeling it's going to be the same, but you never know. You never do know. God damn it. I was blaming the aGlide frame at first, and then another rig was doing this, and then I was kind of blaming that, and then... Yeah, I don't know. It just gets weirder by the minute. Nope, still there. Yep. Wow. Not good. Not fucking good. Let me... Akash says I'm flying 4.3 RC3 all the time lately. Mamba F4 or 5 flight controller didn't have any such issues. Really weird. Makes me wonder what sort of bugs might be hiding from me now. RC Reader says, which ESC firmware is on it now? It's 0.83 that's on there. But I think that a new BL Heli did finally pop up so that we don't have to do the weird download procedure. Maybe that'll help. It's worth a shot. Let's see. New version of BL Heli Suite is available. Okay, yeah. So I didn't download it on this computer. I think I have it on the. Laptop. You can find BL Heli Suite 32 here, or here, or here. Android. Test code. Rev 32.8.9. Test code is published in the folder a loaded startup test code. Well, let's just get... What's this from? This is from 6 days ago. Okay, so there is a new BL Heli Suite 32 Suite, 32.9.0.2, and it's from 6 days ago. So that I like that. Let's get that going here. Where the hell did it go? There it is. Okay. All right, so here's the new one. Replace. Oh, farts. Can't replace it when you're using it. Replace. There we go. Okay. BL Heli 32 and open, please. anyway. Open. Great. All right. Fine. All right. So let's get BL Heli updated here. Connect. Check. Okay. ESC flash, 32.9 flash ESCs. Hurry up. This always creeps me out. Robert Knox says there's no difference between 32.9 and 32.83. That sucks. Nice, Rabbi Yogi. Benedictson says, how's your CPU load? It seems to be a lot higher on 4.3. I've had to turn off some stuff. Ooh, good thinking, Metal Dirt Skin. Denny says, didn't you put RC4 on it? I did. Come on, hurry up. Come on! God, why does this take so fucking long? I do low PWM 24 and then high at 48. The gains from going above 48 are almost non-existent. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it's a little safer from 24 to 48. Jesus, BL Heli 32. What is your deal, bro? Go faster. Get a little fan on the rig here. 100% ESC3, moving on to ESC4. Fan is fanning the fan. Come on. You can do it. Yeah, Kevin Sumner, you're right, but I mean there's just more stuff going on in 4.3. Specifically the dynamic filters are much more sophisticated, so you never know. Alright, it's on 32.9. I mean, it never hurts to have like a fresh ESC flash. Ramp up power 50%, 50%, motor timing 16 degrees. Everything looks normal in here. Alright. Pulling power. Just out of curiosity. Oh, God. Just out of curiosity. Let me see if that was the issue. You never know. I would love it if that were the problem. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't. But let's check it anyway. Nope. Nope. Still angry. All right. Easiest way to see if CPU load is the problem is going to be to drop down to drop the PID loop down to 3K. Not 3K. Jesus, 4K from 8K. So let's just do that super quick. And if that helps, then we'll take another look. CPU load is at 56, 57%, which should be totally fine, but you never know. All right, so, well, we'll do it both ways. We'll take the PID loop frequency down to 4K, doing that right now. And, all right, so, wow, that brings the CPU load way the hell down. It brings it all the way down to 30%. Okay, so let's see if that helps. Like I said, it shouldn't, but there are so many variables that helps to test, real world test. Nope. All right, so now we're going to move D-shot from 600 down to 300. And then I'm just going to give up. Because I don't understand. I'm gonna take the PID loop back up to 8K. And come in here to motors, and we're gonna go from D-shot 600 down to D-shot 300. Save and reboot. Okay, let's try that. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm God damn it. Luckily, for whatever reason, the Cinewhoops are not, the Cinesplorers are not doing this. And those are mainly what I'm going to be flying this weekend. Oh, god damn it, dude. I hate this fucking hobby sometimes, I really do. I really, really, really do. Alright, back up to D-shot 600. Let's take PID sum down. Oh, it already is. Wow, PID sum is down at the default values. God damn it. Let's take the tune all the way down to nothing. Oh, this is incredibly frustrating. Like it's not an aggressive tune. Like if this works, then the problem is that it's. Let me try this. Let me take feed forward out of here. Feed forward is something that is on in this build that I typically don't use. That I have been turning on in some of these. So let's take feed forward all the way down. Leave it at like 0.1. That's pretty much where I used to have it. That shouldn't have anything to do with it, but god damn it. Oh man, this is super annoying. Super, 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 super annoying. Nope. God damn it. Alright, I'll go all the way to default on the tune. And then I'll have a rig that doesn't fly great. If this works, I'll probably go back to 4.2 and just leave it on 4.2. Yeah. Because it flew fucking great on 4.2. Twas amazing. Let me try something though. Get RPM. What's the RPM filter Q at? I mean, the RPM filter Q is at 800, but I was playing around with that the other night and it didn't have an effect. All right, tune is now stone stock. Ones all across the board. Nope. Okay. Yeah. RC3 just sucks, I guess. I don't know. Or 4.3 just sucks, I guess. I don't understand it. Maybe it's only for Cinesplorers. But you know, this is just absurd. I don't know, man. I don't know. Everything is fine on the smaller stuff, but these 5-inch freestyle rigs are just, I don't get it. This is 3 in a row. There's 3 in a row that won't fly right on 4.3. Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. I mean, technically speaking, this did happen when I moved over to the Vistas. I mean, it happened with 4.3 and when I moved over to the Vistas. That kind of happens all the same. Let me do another scratch install. I've already done this to try to fix this issue, so this is not going to help, but I always recommend that you guys not do diffs. And this is, you know, part of the reason why. So, this is not part of the reason why. This is an example of what can happen when you do a diff. It'll just create, like, there's potential that it'll create these, like, kind of phantom problems that don't make any sense. But I've already done this multiple times on this rig, so this is not going to help. But we'll do it anyway. Okay, so we're gonna go, and I might as well go to RC4 at this point too. So auto detect T-motor F7, great. 4.3.0 RC4, great. Load firmware online. And we've got flash firmware. All right, so in the diff here, there are a couple of things that I am safe to pull over. Well, let me just take the OSD out of the diff. I'll leave everything else and I'll just muddle through. Alright, so here's the OSD. Let me pull the props off for this because I am going to need to spin the motors up and shit. In fairness, this rig does have Robert Knox. I'm good, man. I've been in the game for over 5 years. I know these things. I appreciate you wanting to help, but it's all good. All right. I know what I can and can't copy. I know what's safe to copy. I know what's not safe to copy. I talk about it all the time on the live streams here. Appreciate you wanting to help, but I know a couple of things. More than most, some would say. All right, fresh firmware is loaded. Let's go through this exercise again. I think this will be the 4th time that I have fresh installed on this rig, but who's keeping track? All right, applying custom defaults. Get it on a flat surface here. Okay, calibrate the accelerometer. And all right, so let me dump the OSD in before I forget. All right, OSD is in there. Now let's just go through it. Man, I should have taken a couple of screenshots. Well, I probably still have, you know what? I bet you I still have the screenshots. Nope, I deleted them. Damn it. That's fine. Okay. God damn it. All right. I need that little card again to figure out what ports I have shit on. So MSP needs to be on 3. And then I put the Crossfire on 2. And ESC telemetry, I'll just leave it off. Save and reboot. All right, config. Turn off the barometer, turn off the magnetometer. Maximum arm angle, 180. Turn on D-shot beeper, scary thunder outside. Yaw degrees, 180. That should be everything in the config tab. Nope, I gotta turn on telemetry. Turn off permanent air mode, leave OSD on. All right, save and reboot. All right, now we're gonna go to power. Oh, I just lost my power and battery settings. That's annoying. They're in the diff, but balls. Well, maybe this isn't the rig that I had to change them on. I don't remember. Fail safe. That's fine. Come on. There we go. Presets, let's kick in the Crossfire preset here. We're going to go to RC Link. I really wish I could show this to you guys, but for some reason the new version of Betaflight does not work on my old computer that I stream from. Where are the fucking Crossfire presets? There it is. Crossfire 150. And where are the options? Oh man, this is all fucked up. What's happening? Close. Oh man, the presets are fucked up in RC4. Are you kidding me? Oh man, really? Let's try disconnecting and reconnecting. Yeah, the presets are fucked up in RC4. Oh my god. What a nightmare. Yeah, the presets are broken. Well, at least the Crossfire preset is. Nope, all the presets are broken. Wow. Oh boy. Let me make sure that there's not a newer version of my god, this fucking... Oh my god, why? Why? Hold on. Come on, where's that link to the, okay. Come on, where's the new configurator? Assets, here we go. Oh, no, the assets are just going to have the targets. God damn it, where's the, Yeah, I hear you out there. Here's the Betaflight configurator. Here we go. Oh my god. Shut up out there. Releases. Here we go. Configurator 10.7.2. January 7th. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yesterday. Here we go. Okay, so there is a newer configurator. Interesting. Alright, here we go. So let's get this going. Yeah, it's a different debug. Okay. Alright, let's get this here, this over here. Amber wants attention. Replace. Alright, Jesus, 407 megabytes. What? Really? Shut up, woman. Alright, that's turned off now. Oh my god. Okay. That should be the new version of Betaflight configurator. Let's see. Of course, it's not going to open. Security and privacy. Open anyway. Open. Alright, here we go. Come on. Open, you bastard. Alright. Connect. Close. Presets. Select. RC link. Scroll down. Crossfire 150. There. Oh, nope, that ain't it. Close. Crossfire 150. Hey, there we go. We're going to go ultra smooth cinematic. Pick. Save and reboot. All right. Next, PID tuning. We're going to turn on expert mode. And I'm going to do that same tune. Damping up to 1.1. Tracking up to 1.1. Leave stick response alone. Dmax. I'm going to kick up a little bit here. Eye gains I'll leave alone. Pitch damping. Turn that up a little bit. And pitch tracking, turn that up a little bit as well. Alright, just subtle stuff. Eye term relax, we're going to bring that down to 10. Anti-gravity up a little bit. Dynamic damping, kick that up a little bit. Okay. Rate profile, center sensitivity 20, max rate 700, expo 0.7, throttle expo 0.2, midpoint 0.3. Save that. Filter settings. Gyro filter all the way up. Turn off gyro low pass 1. Let's save this. D-term filter multiplier to 1.2. What's the the JB inactivity warning is funny. Nice. Receiver, crossfire, TAER, stick low, 1,000, stick high, 2,000, 2 points of deadband, save, modes, aux 1, all the way up, horizon, aux 2, all the way away, beeper, aux 3, all the way down. Black box, aux 2 in the middle. Probably going to need that. Although it didn't really help. I mean, like, Brandon's Baked Beans knows what he's talking about, and he didn't see anything that jumped out at him as a problem. Which means that it's like, it's a firmware issue. Paralyze, user 1, VTX control, nah, we will leave launch control off. Nah, we're gonna turn launch control on, it's too fun. Okay, modes are good. Adjustments, nothing. Motors, here we go. We're gonna go D-Shot 600. Motor direction is reversed. Bidirectional D-Shot on. And I'm gonna save and reboot, and then we're gonna come back in here and we're gonna figure out where the hell the motors are. So let's get this fired up here. And all right, come into motors. Let's reorder the motors first. Start. Right front, left front, right rear, left rear, save, and then we're going to come back in. Motors, motor direction, I understand. Wizard, start and spin motors. 3 is incorrect, 1 is incorrect, so 1 and 3. 4 is correct, 2 is correct. Close, and we're good to go. No smoke this time. That LED has been on for a while. Alright, so that means that all these motors will be spinning in the right directions. Right? Out, 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 and out. Good to go. More scary thunder. Let's pull the power. OSD is good to go. Don't need VTX tables anymore. Happy days are here again. Black box, we're going to put it to 1K, and we're going to put it into gyro scaled. Save and reboot. Okay. And we're going to go into black box one more time and erase the flash. All right, so let's see. I mean, this is with the tune turned up a little bit. What I'll do is I'll switch over to the other profile. If this is still angry, we'll switch over to the other profile and see if that changes it. They did slightly change some of the behind the scenes stuff in the way that the PID loop works between 4.2 and 4.3, but I mean, not like super drastically, and this is such a light tune that it really should not make a difference. but let's see. I gotta put the props back on. Well, this will give me a chance to get caught up on chat that I've been completely ignoring because I just want to get this shit figured the fuck out. And it's hard to do that with 80 people making all different suggestions and recommendations. No offense. I'm not going to go all the way back, but Ugelin says I put... I guess I have gone all the way back, so that's fine. RC3, RC4, talked about that one. Talked about that. Okay. Read that. King's Turkey says, I don't know if he checked this, I'm just getting back, but I had this issue and it was ESC frequency. Shouldn't be that, I haven't changed that. It's 24 low, 48 high, which is a pretty safe kind of setting. I'm not pushing the limits with that. Akash says, switch off bidirectional D-Shot 2, switch off RPM filtering. Don't really want to do that. RPM filtering is really important. So, not going to do that. Rav Yogi says, thank the Lord, wife just went to bed and CiottiFPV is now on the large screen. Nice. Kevin Sumner says, does it perform the same on default PIDs? We're going to see in a minute here. Cash says, at this point I would put it all on stock. Typically I don't need to do that. I have built and tuned quite a few rigs over the years. Metalderson says, can you switch to another profile without losing all the stuff on the main one? You can. We're going to do that in a minute. Cash says, did you check D-Shot Air? Had this sort of issue with Jazz Maverick. I didn't, but yeah, I mean, Jazz Maverick will have that issue. BL Heli 32 just kind of will not. This rig has been built for like 3 years. These components all work. I can skip a lot of the troubleshooting steps because there are a lot of known quantities in this rig. So yeah, I don't have to try absolutely everything. Ricardo says, when you're on a paid gig, do you mix Cinewoop footage and 5-inch as well? Depends. If they want, yeah, it all depends on what they want. If they want, mainly it's kind of all about speed. If they want footage at 80 miles an hour, I'm going to be flying 5-inch. If they also want footage at 10 miles an hour, I'm going to be flying Cinewoop. If they want both, I'm going to be flying both. So, yeah, it all depends on what the director, assistant camera, all those folks are looking for. All right, so this is a fresh install. It's going to be the same, but good troubleshooting step. So I added in an extra filter. It's admittedly a little bit better, but it's still there. There's still something going on. I'm gonna move it over to PID profile 1, and we'll see what's up. That was definitely a little bit better though. Okay, so now it's on, now it's on PID profile 2 rather, not 1. Did that change the filter settings too? Nah, filters are still... this is also with the D-term filter multiplier at 1.0 rather than 1.2. Should be able to run it at 1.2. Like, this is... Oh, and this is actually only on a single dynamic notch filter. I mean, this is like... Now we're getting into this... Yeah, I mean, now we're getting into the territory where the rig's not going to fly good. And I'll just put it back to 4.2 at that point. Yeah, this is getting kind of stupid. But I don't know. This is, I gotta be honest, this is really fucking frustrating. See how it is on a completely stock pit tune. I mean, it's probably going to be fine now. Nope, it's still not fine. Yeah, there's still problems. It's still... yeah, it's still having problems. That's a completely stock PID tune. I'm going to go back to 4.2. That's insane. That's just ridiculous. Wow. Super disappointing. So yeah, I don't know why, but 4.3 seems okay on Cinewhoops, but on 5-inch freestyle rigs, 3 in a row with 4 different flight controllers, it's just no good. It's just no good. My guess... I don't know. That's very, 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 very strange. Very strange. Terminal Insanity says, why did you need to swap flight controllers? Because it looked like there was a problem on the pitch axis of the gyro on the other flight controller. Mudderton says, which configurator is added? That was the problem. We talked about that. 661 says, every RC has a new configurator. I've never seen so many new configurator versions at once. Yeah, it's a little bit of a nightmare. Ravi Yogi says, popcorn, drama is amazing, way better than TV, except The Expanse. 661 says they released RC4 of Betaflight before they released RC4 the configurator, so it's impossible to use. Tesh says dynamic damping isn't good. Spats murders. I turned it off. Trilling oscillations. I fought to use it, but it is bad. I've had really good luck with dynamic damping. I've talked to Mark in depth about it. I know why he doesn't use it. He doesn't use it for different reasons than why I do use it. So yeah, I mean, I could try, but I mean, I guess I might as well. I mean, the fact is though that without dynamic damping, I will not be able to get the prop wash performance that I want. So even if this helps here, I'm not willing to do this. Like, I will go back to 4.2 where it worked properly and have a rig that flies better, basically. But you know, I mean, we're trying things, so I guess it doesn't hurt to try this. How do you turn it off? Do you just zero it out? How the hell do you even turn it off anymore? There used to be a switch for it. Now there's no switch. Well, let's try this. Let me try bringing the... Well, no. See, the gain in advance, we're down at stock values just now on PID Profile 2. And it was no good. Yeah, we're not troubleshooting this, and this is one of the worst possible ways to troubleshoot, which is basically going on Facebook and posting, hey, my shit's fucked up, what do I do? And then a whole bunch of random people, some of which know what they're talking about, some of which don't, just randomly type random suggestions in no particular order, and then you just go through them one by one, and this is not a good way to troubleshoot. Never ever ever troubleshoot in this way that I am. But you know, it is a live stream, and you guys are tagging me, and you guys are my boss, so I am just kind of doing what I'm told here to some extent. So I'm gonna zero out the dynamic damping. Oh, I see. Slider. And then that brings the Dmax down in line with the regular D-gain. I'm also gonna zero out the advance and gain. And okay. Alright, so let's... shit, did I hit save? I think I did, but let me just double check. Yeah, I hit save. Alright, so let's see if this is any better. Probably won't be, but, you know. Just doing what my boss told me. Nope, no change. Yep, no change at all. Dynamic damping still works the way that it always has. Well, let's go back to 4.2. Unbelievable that on a completely stock PID tune, it's still having problems. That really points to mechanical problems, but this was a rig that had no mechanical problems for many years. And, like, yeah, that's... This is... I'm really annoyed right now. God damn it. All right. I just gotta keep going. I just gotta stick with it and keep going. All right, auto detect, T-Motor F7, 4.2.11, load firmware online, flash firmware. Kevin Sumner says, maybe it's YouTube, but those motors sounded pretty unhappy when you did the motor direction setting, so no PIDs. No, it's that there's no foam feet on this build right now, so the motors aren't fresh, but they're also not beat up to the point where they have problems. Leonard Ritson says, it sure sounded better to me that last time. It has been, as we've brought the PIDs all the way down to stock and added a shitload of filtering, it is sounding a little bit better for sure. But we are at a point where the rig's not going to fly good, and that's unacceptable. There's no reason to run 4.3 if the rig's going to fly like hell. You know what I'm saying? That is not a smart thing to do. All right, we're on 4.2 now. Let's set everything up again. Calibrate the accelerometer. Ports tab. UART 2. for serial RX, UART 3 for MSP, save and reboot. Configuration, turn off the barometer and the magnetometer, craft name, maximum arming angle 180, turn on the beeper, yaw degrees 180, scroll down, turn on telemetry, turn off constant air mode, dynamic filter on, OSD on, save and reboot. Fail safe. Okay. Save and reboot. Presets. Hey, the presets are still in here. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize that. Let's go to RC Link. And we'll come down here to, where the hell is it? Crossfire 150. Ultra smooth, picked preset requires firmware version 4.0. Okay, so I'm not using the presets. That's okay. PID tuning. So we're gonna do a light tune here. We're gonna take the roll. Well, I'll use the sliders. What the hell? Enable expert. Oh no, I don't get the extra. Yeah, fuck that. Not doing that. Roll P is gonna be 45. Pitch P is going to be 55. Yaw P is going to be 50. Roll I gain is going to be 90. Pitch I gain is going to be 100. Yaw I gain is going to be 95. D max is going to go up to 55, 10 points above P. P max is going to be 65. I'm sorry. Pitch D max is going to be 65. Roll D min is going to come up to 32. Pitch D min is going to come up to, let's try 40. Okay. Feed forward is going to come down to 10, 20, and 60. Feed forward transition of 1. I-term relax cutoff down to 10. Anti-gravity up to 5. Oh, I'm going to lose P gain in anti-gravity. That sucks. That sucks. Oh well. Dynamic damping gain up to 50 and advance up to 50. Okay. And let's save that. Rate profile. Oh, Betaflight rates. We're still the default back then. Center sensitivity 20. Max rate 700. Expo 0.7. Throttle mid 0.3. Throttle expo 0.2. Save it. Filter settings. Enable expert mode. Gyro filter multiplier all the way up. Turn off gyro low pass 1. We want gyro low pass 2 at 1,000. Dynamic notch width percent down to 0. Q factor up to 200. Everything else should be good. Now I got to turn on the motor protocol here. Bidirectional D-shot. Okay, good. Save and reboot. Go back into PID tuning. Filter settings. Okay, gyro RPM filter. Harmonics down to 2. The third harmonic doesn't do shit. And we'll leave the minimum frequency at 100. Okay, receiver. We're going to go to serial and crossfire. TAER. Stick low of 1,000. Stick high of 2,000. Deadband 2. And then we're going to go to the auto smoothing factor. We're going to move that up to 20. Save and reboot. And what's next? Receiver. I'll leave that alone. Modes. Arm is aux1 all the way down. Horizon aux2 all the way up. And what else do we have here? Beeper aux3 all the way down. Black box aux2 in the middle. Air mode aux2 in the middle and towards me. Flip over after crash, aux3 in the middle. And launch control, aux2 in the middle. DX pit mode, pre-arm, paralyzed, user 1. Okay, good. Save. No adjustments, no servos. Motor direction. Oh man, is there not the motor location wizard? God damn it, Larry. Oh man. Fucking the motors are in the wrong locations. God damn it, Jim. Man, 4.3 is really good. All the motors are in the wrong spots. Fuck! Alright, hold on. This is gonna take a minute. I'm gonna have to manually... Shut up, Amber! Motor 1, I'm just gonna go CO7. Okay. Motor 2. CO6. Oops. Swapping motors 1 and 2, maybe that'll work. Probably not. Motor 3, BOO, and BO1. So let's just swap those. BO1. And then motor 4. BOO. Save. Let's see if that makes any of the motors correct. I swear to you, this is the fastest way of doing it. Motor 1 is wrong. 2 is correct. Okay. 3 is correct. So 1 and 4 need to switch. Back in here. Resource. What did I say? 1 and 4 need to switch, right? Alright, so motor 1 is going to go to BOO. And then motor 4 is going to go to CO7. Save. Motors. 1 is correct. 2 is correct. 3 is correct. 4 is correct. Check what direction they're spinning in. Motor 1 is correct. 2 is correct. 3 is correct. And 4 is correct. I'll be goddamned. Alright, removing power. And OSD is all jacked up. Come in here and copy it and paste it. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Oh, hold on. No. Let me stay out of there. There we go. Let me reconnect. Come on. Reconnect. CLI. There we go. Motors are good. D-Shot 600, bidirectional is on, motor direction reversed, good. OSD is now set. Video transmitter, don't care. Black box, 1K, black box debug mode, gyro scaled. Save and reboot. Should be good to go here. Okay, let's see if it's any better. Quadzimoto says, I had a different experience, works well on all 5-inch rigs, but flies like shit on my Cinesplorer. Alex Brown says, just curious, do you have a dynamic idle RPM set? Try 2400. I've tried with it and without it. 661 says, calibrate the ESCs. Buttertune says, come on. Maybe frustrating, but if it all solved on 4.2, like, super good info. Yeah, it's true. Denny Flatland says, hang in there, buddy. Raviogi says, what was that Nemesis FPV? Clamman. Denzel says, don't lose hope. Nemesis says, Clamman, that shit. Okay, here we go. Oops, let me make sure that the nose down, nose up, left, right, yaw left, yaw right. Okay, cool. Well, let's see. Good to go. Yep. With that cranked up tune, it's good to go. So, I guess I'll be putting 4.2 back on all these 5-inch freestyle rigs. That is really frustrating. I mean, I guess it's not the end of the world. 4.2 flies amazing. Wow. Wow. That's not good, man. That's not good. This is a more aggressive tune by quite a bit than I had on 4.3. Terminal Insanity with the question, what benefits did you want from 4.3? The dynamic filters work better, I mean, on paper, on 4.3, and they have included P-gain into anti-gravity in 4.3, which is really nice because that helps with throttle chop bobble, which I've already, which I have, which annoys me. So yeah, wow. That's pretty damning. Yeah, I mean, the cold hard fact here is that I did a fresh 4.3 RC4 install on stone stock PIDs and barely touched filters. And yeah, it was just a mess at zero throttle and at idle. Wow. Interesting. That sucks. That really sucks. Jesus. Just thinking through as many different things as I can here. I don't know, man. I brought it almost completely down to stock. Let me grab one of the other rigs that's still on 4.3. actually fire both of these up. Let's see here. Shit, man. What the hell? All right, so this is the Razorback. It is on 4.3. It does have this weirdness at 0 throttle. Well, let's just put a battery on it, and I'll see how bad it is. So this is on absolutely fresh, brand new, never crashed motors, which, like, I don't know. If 4.3 requires you to run, so the Rossi was having way more of a hard time than either of these other rigs, but I can definitely tell that these other two rigs are not happy. So let me just refamiliarize myself with how bad it is on each one of these.
Low battery.
So it's so much better on this rig, but it's still there. Like, I can still hear it. There's just like a little bit of a hum. It's kind of a... I doubt that the mic is picking it up. But basically, when I blip the throttle and I go down to 0 throttle, it doesn't go completely quiet. There's just like a little bit of a hum and a little bit of a resonance, and that's this issue. Yeah, Quasimodo, my Cinesplorer tune is not really going to help you out. My tune is very specific to my exact build, so unless you have the same motors, same flight controller, same ESC as I do, my tune's not really going to help you out. Although my tune is nothing special, it's kind of standard, you know, add 5 points to most things, and that's that. There's nothing really crazy about my Cinesplorer tune. If yours is not flying right on the stock PIDs, well, if yours is not flying right, get it the fuck off of 4.3. Because there's obviously there are obviously some things going on. I'm kind of shocked that more people aren't talking about it, to be honest. But I don't know, it's tough. Let me try this. Let me turn the gyro filtering back on. And let me make it really strong. Let me add a lot of gyro filtering. This is the one thing that I did not try, and I'm kind of pissed at myself for not trying this. But let's just give this a shot. Everybody's been having really good luck taking the gyro filter multiplier slider and moving it all the way up to 2.0 and then completely turning off gyro low pass 1. That works brilliantly on 4.2. But I have specifically heard people talk about, I think Mark still doing it in 4.3. But I don't know. That's one of the only things that I didn't make completely stock when that other rig was on 4.3. This is not a great troubleshoot because this is a different rig, but I'm not going to put 4.3 back onto that other rig. This is kind of... This is basically a last-ditch effort before I put everything back onto 4.2. That did not help. Okay, everything goes back onto 4.2. I'm not going to do that on stream because I can't even show it to you guys, but yeah, everything is going back onto 4.2. And I mean, 4.2 flies phenomenal. Always has, always will. So yeah, unless there's something that kind of comes out that says, hey, if you've been on a 5-inch freestyle rig having problems with 4.3, here might be the issue. I'm just gonna stay on 4.2. It's not at all worth the yeah, 4.2 flies great. Fuck. This sucks. This really sucks. I will probably try stable, 4.3 stable, when it comes out in a month or so. But, I mean, I don't know. So this is the CiottiFPV. This was having a little bit harder of a time than the Razorback with this, so let's see how it is. So you can really hear it on this rig. All right, so let's take this rig all the way. So you can. This one is having a really hard time. Let's take this all the way back to stock. Complete stock filtering, complete stock everything, and so this is actually kind of nice. This is a nice opportunity to try basically the one thing that I didn't try on the Rossi before I put it back to 4.2. So we'll give this one more shot. I did do a completely fresh install on this. No diff, no nothing. Stone stock. And then I started adding to it. So I'm going to go on to PID Profile 2, which is completely stock top to bottom. This is all good here. iTerm relax. I'm even gonna leave like the iTerm relax cutoff at 15. I'm gonna leave absolutely everything alone here. And this is a brilliantly clean build. Really good quality, everything, fresh motors. This thing railed on 4.2. Now I'm gonna come over into filter settings. I'm going to put both filters to 1.0. Yeah, completely. Let's just do this. I'm going to reset this profile fully. It reset back to the way it was a minute ago. That's interesting. Well, yeah, I can just reset it like this. Okay, so both filter sliders at 1.0. Oh, and I need to turn this back on. There we go. Turn this off, turn this on. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. Both filter sliders to 1.0. Yaw low pass filter at 100. Gyro RPM filter is on. I'll even go back up to 3 harmonics. How about that? 3 harmonics, minimum filter, okay. Dynamic notch filter, 2 notches, Q factor 500, that's all stone stock. Minimum frequency, max frequency. Okay, yeah, this is completely stocked out. Receiver tab, there's nothing in here that I've changed, right? Nope. Let me go into the CLI and I'll look for any things that might be buried that I've changed. So let's do get PID sum. Nope, PID sum is completely stock. Let's do get RPM. Okay, so the RPM filter Q is at 800. We're going to take that down to 500. Now that's stock. And then thrust linear. Get thrust. Thrust linear is zeroed out. Okay. Completely stock Betaflight tune. 4.3, fresh rig, all top-notch quality electronics, motors that are completely clean, solid frame. Anything else that I could be missing? PIDs, filters, rates. No, this is everything. Preset is already in here for the control link. Let me just make sure. I'll go into presets and I'll just make absolutely sure that the control link is in here. RC link, scroll down, because I just want to make sure I didn't change anything here. And we're gonna go to, where the hell's the Crossfire one? Crossfire 150. There we go. And I'll use the freestyle preset, I guess. I've been using the ultra smooth cinematic, but let's use the freestyle preset. Maybe that's it's not, but all right. Disconnect, and let's see. All right, so it's fine now. Very interesting. Very interesting. So now, what time is it? Jesus Christ, it's 11:30. No, I have to keep going. I have to add things in one at a time until we figure out what the hell this was. So let's go back to presets, and we're gonna go to RC link, and I'm gonna use that ultra smooth preset. Kind of working in reverse here, but it's fine. Crossfire 150 hertz, ultra smooth cinematic, pick, save and reboot. Good to go. Next. Next, I'm going to move the gyro filter up. I have a sneaking suspicion that it might have something to do with that. Okay, PID tuning, filter settings, gyro filter multiplier all the way up. Gyro low pass 1 being turned off. Gyro low pass 2 is at 1,000 for the static cutoff frequency. Filter type is PT1. Save. Disconnect. There is a little bit of a hum, but this rig was so bad that that I don't think that was the. I think we can kind of keep going. Okay. PID tuning, filter settings. D-term filter multiplier slider from, no, hold on. Let's leave it at 1. Gyro RPM filter harmonics from 3 to 2. And the D-term filter multiplier slider from 1 to 1.2. Fine. Okay. Come on. Well, shit. I mean, what the hell else did we check? Gyro filter multiplier 2. D-term filter multiplier 1.2. Gyro low pass 1 off completely. 2 harmonics on the gyro RPM filter. Okay, filtering is good. Rate profile. Throttle mid, throttle expo, that looks good. PID profile. So let's do this. I'm going to move the dynamic damping gain up to 50 and the advance up to 50. I'm going to take the I-term relax cutoff to 10. Anti-gravity is going to go up to 5. These are the non-PID related changes that I always make. Motor output limit is 100. That's a bit much for these motors. Let's bring that down to 90. And let's just try that. That should not have anything to do with anything. We're still on the stock PID profile. We're on PID profile 2, which is all stock PID values. Good to go. Hey, Brandon's Baked Beans is in the chat. You know, I don't even remember at this point, Brandon. I'm pretty sure that I did send you logs of this rig at one point, but I don't remember when it was.
Telemetry loss.
Yeah, this is very, very confusing. Well, I'm gonna go back to PID profile 1, which is, so for example, right, on P gain, I just flew it on 45, 47, 45. It's gonna change to 50, 65, 55. It's a significant jump. On the I term, we're gonna go from 80, 84, 80 up to 100, 120, 110. On the D max, we're going to go from 40 and 46 up to 60 and 75. And on the D min, we're going to go from 30 and 34 up to 35 and 42. And I think this should make it get pissed again. If it doesn't, I'm going to be extra fucking confused, because I'll just be confused. Saving it on PID profile 1. Let's see what happens. If this does not make it get angry again, I don't know what the hell's going on. Because I think I've changed everything back at this point. Fuck! Okay. Alright, good. Thank God. Okay. So, the PIDs are... Well, something in the PID tab is the issue. Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. This rig needs these PIDs to fly properly. It just does. Like without this profile 1 PID profile is as low as I can get them to control the bounce back. So I'm going to go back to 4.2. Because on 4.2, I can get it to fly good. This sucks, man. What the hell? Bueller? Shit. Let's do this. I'm going to go to profile 3 and I'm going to do a quick slider tune. I need to get the motor output down to 90%. This is on 5.5-inch props right now. Let me look up what the dynamic idle is. Dynamic idle is on 24. So let me put that in here. 24. Okay. Throttle boost 5. Brandon, I was thinking that, man. Brandon says, I wonder if they revised DMIN in 4.3 compared to 4.2. Maybe it's creeping up to DMAX more readily than it did in 4.2. I've been kind of wondering that myself. That's why I've been taking my dynamic damping gain and advanced numbers down. I used to put them both up to 50. In 4.2, that works brilliantly. Bringing those dynamic damping numbers down has not helped anything so far, though. But I am going to leave them alone here on this Profile 3 tune. So I'm going to go up to... I'm going to take the damping slider up to 1.1. I'm going to take the tracking slider up to 1.1. Stick response I'm going to leave alone. Dynamic damping Dmax, I'm just going to take that up a little bit this time. I'm just going to take it up to 1.2. Drift wobble for the eye gains, I'm going to bring that up to 1.1, just a little touch more. Pitch damping, same deal, 1.1. Pitch tracking, 1.1. Realistically, I probably need, because of the geometry of this frame, with a ton of weight spread on the pitch axis, realistically, I'll probably need to move both of these pitch sliders up to 1.2 to get the pitch axis under control. But just for right now, I'm just going to leave those at 1.1. And save it. Make sure the filters are still where they were. Yep. I also have the D-term filter multiplier at 1.0. At some point I need to move that up to 1.2. But I'm trying to just change one thing at a time here to approach this as systematically as I can. Alright, let's see how this is. So this is on Profile 3 with that simple little slider tune. Clean at idle. Alright. So that's alright. But that's not as a... Man, it feels like they just made the PIDs like way, way, way more multiplied. Come on, battery plug. Come on, Jesus. Hands are getting tired from plugging and unplugging the battery lead in. Jesus, this is something else, man. Back into PID tuning. So 49, 56, 40. So let me compare profile 3 to profile 1. So profile 3 that we just flew on P gains, 49, 56, 49. Profile 1, 50, 65, 55. So there's a 10-point difference in pitch P. And there's a 5-point difference in yaw P. What about the I gains? I gains on profile 3 are 96, 111, 96 versus 100, 120, 110. I gain is almost, it's so slow to respond that it's almost never the issue. D max, profile 1, the aggressive profile, doesn't fly right, is 60 and 75. Profile 3, 46 and 58. Big difference there. 60 and 75 versus 46 and 58. And then on the D min, profile 3 is at 33 and 41 versus 35 and 42. Look at that. There's almost no difference in D min between these two profiles. So I can't imagine that D min is the issue. You know what I'm saying? The issue's got to be D max or P gain, because those are the two that have a drastic difference between profile 1 and profile 3. Let me look at the rest of the PID controller settings here to see if there's anything else drastically different. Jitter reduction 20 versus 7, that is a big change, but the higher jitter reduction should actually help. Averaging is on 2 point. But yeah, I mean, that's just feed forward. That should have nothing to do with this. I-term relax, cutoff of 5, cutoff of 15. I mean, that's not going to have anything to do with it. But I'm going to move it to 5 on profile 3 to match it up. Let's save it. What about anti-gravity? 3.5 versus 5. Let's move it up to 5. What the hell? Okay. Save it. And then profile 1. Okay, dynamic. There is a huge difference in dynamic damping. It's 50 and 50 on profile 1. It's 37 and 20 on profile 3. Throttle boost is at 5. It's up at 8 on profile 1. So let me put it to 8 on profile 3. I'm just slowly bringing profile 3 up to where profile 1 was. Motor output limit is 90 on both. Dynamic idle is 24 on both. Thrust linearization is on profile 1 at 10%. So let's turn that on at 10% on profile 3, and then we're going to put it up in the air again. Thrust linearization to 10. All right, so this is profile 3 with a couple little things. What's up, Apache? All right, let's see. Clean. Hey, we found it. We found some of it at least. I can hear it. It's starting to get upset. All right, so something that we just changed is definitely affecting it. Let's dig back in. All right. PID tuning. So, I changed the I-term relax cutoff from 15 to 5. That should not have anything to do with it. Anti-gravity. Anti-gravity I moved from 3.5 to 5. You know what's interesting? Anti-gravity now has P gain involved. What's up, Matt? Interesting. I also moved throttle boost from 5 to 8. And thrust linearization is the other change. Man, it could be any one of those things, or it could be the combination of those things. Let's just go top to bottom. Let's take anti-gravity back down to 3.5. I think that's the default value. Yeah, let's just take anti-gravity back down to 3. Well, hold on. I can change profiles and see what the default value is. No, it's 5. Is it? I think I've changed all these profiles now. What happened to having 6 profiles? Oh, that's in rate profiles. Damn it, what's the stock anti... It is 3.5. Okay, good. All right, anti-gravity is going to sit here at 3.5. This is another thing. Mark has said that 5 is totally fine, and I've pushed anti-gravity in 4.2 up to like 10, and it's fine. But now it's got P-gain added into it, so the game kind of changes. All right. Nope, that ain't it. Okay, great. One thing isolated. Well, I mean, lots and lots of things isolated, but one specific thing isolated. That's good because I want to be able to run that anti-gravity aggressively. PID tuning, anti-gravity going back up to 5. So, throttle boost. We're going to take that from 8 down to 5. This is not going to make a difference. I think it's the thrust linearization. Thrust linearization boosts PID activity at 0 throttle, which is where we're having this issue. But Crunked swears to God that 20% thrust linearization is fine for every single rig. And, you know, as we all know, he knows more than anyone in the universe. So I'm sure he can't possibly be wrong, but he's about to be wrong. I've fought with him about thrust linearization before. I don't like the way that it feels. I like what it does, but it's not good. And we're about to prove that shit. And that makes me happy. So this is with throttle boost from 8 down to 5. Would you look at that? It's thrust linearization. Man. It's weird, guys. Like, it's almost like I kind of know what I'm talking about sometimes. It's really, I don't know. Everybody talks to me like I don't know anything. But then, like, you know, shit like this happens and it's like, oh, what? I couldn't have possibly been right. No. Ciotti never knows what he's talking about. Everybody else knows more than him. Thrust linearization off. Throttle boost back up to 8. Saving. I have tried turning it off and back on again. About 20 times. It's way better, but there is still a little bit of noise. That made it, like, infinitely better, for sure. So, thrust linearization is bad. It's not bad. It's just not good. And this is on this simple slider tune. So I think at this point, I'm going to leave it. It's still not right, though. It's still not right. I really want to fly it like this to see how it behaves and then put it on 4.2 and see how it behaves. But I gotta like properly fly it. I can almost guarantee this is not going to have enough authority on the pitch axis. Unless they like really, really drastically change the way that the PID calculations work. But no, I know that they didn't because, so here's the thing, right? All right. So the current profile, pitch is the problem. All right, the current profile where it's like bordering on being okay, but it's still not quite okay. Pitch P gain is 56, D max is 58, D min is 41. On profile 1, which is bare minimum to get rid of the bounce back, pitch P gain is 65, D max is 75, D min is 42. That was the and so this profile 3, it's just going to bounce back on the pitch axis, and I'm just not into that. I don't want that. And this rig has been on 4.3. This rig has never been on 4.2. So what I kind of want to do, what I think I'm going to do is put this onto 4.2 and then crank the fucking PIDs up to where I'm pretty sure that they're going to work well, and then I'll put it up in the air tomorrow. But then I'll never put it back onto 4.3. But I've already had this onto 4.3, and I've moved the PIDs up to the point where I needed them to be, and it's just not working. So I need to put it back onto 4.2. I think. Seems like the filtering in 4.2 is better, but that doesn't really make any sense. A lot of really smart people have said that the filtering in 4.3 is drastically better. Any thoughts, chat? What I really need to do is end this stream. It's about to be fucking midnight. Jesus. Let me get caught up on chat. Wow, this is not great. 661 says I have 7 rigs on 4.3, gyro 1 off, gyro 2 slider at 2.0, no RPM filtering, D-term slider at 1.5, same setup on every one. Motherson says I can hear it on that one. Tesh says there is a preset to restore all values to default. Your memory is really good though. Yeah, I've built a couple rigs. Brandon's Baked Beans got that. Brandon says D-max is probably too high. D-max over 50. I got the same thing. Tesh says. So on this profile 3, I do have D-max all the way up at 58. Let me try this. I'll go I'll go back to profile 1. Now, let's stay on profile 3. Let's stay on the sliders. Let me take this dynamic damping Dmax slider, which I put all the way up to 1.2 to handle prop wash. I'm going to bring it all the way down to 1.0. That's not much of a difference. That's a 3-point difference. This is a fucking nightmare. Ugh. Sounds like Tash is really having a hard time with Dmax. Tash says I fought it for a long time. Fuck, god damn it. This is MPU 6000. I only fly MPU 6000s. I mean, the cold hard fact, I think, at this point, is that I have had such good luck with Dmax, just absolutely demolishing prop wash in 4.2, that I just feel like I would rather have 4.2 with proper Dmax than this nonsense where I have to, like, cripple Dmax. This sucks. All right, I'm going to move dynamic damping Dmax slider down to 0.65. That's going to put the roll Dmax to 40, the pitch Dmax to 50. And let's see what happens. Let's see if that humming kind of goes away. But again, once I'm putting pitch rolls into this thing, without that extra Dmax, I don't think I'm gonna like it. That did not help. It's still got that hum. It's still got that exact same hum. Yeah, you'll never see an AI filter 661. I mean, if nothing else, the reason why AI filters will never happen is because tuning is a very subjective thing. Your tune is less about the rig and more about what you want from it. I'm gonna put it back onto 4.2. I'm done. I had this on 4.3. I flew it on 4.3. The gains that I needed for it to have proper flight characteristics are too high for whatever the hell's going on in 4.3. So yeah, I'm done. There's something about 4.2 that allows higher PID gains, and higher PID gains make the rig fly better. And I don't give a fuck about the hype train. I care about rigs flying better. So 4.2 it is. And I'm not going to do that on this stream. It's 11:59. Getting out of here before midnight. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Sorry that... yeah, I don't know. This is... Oh, fuck, man. What a shit show. Let me change the name of this live stream. Swapping a Glide FC. Moving everything BF 4.3 equals nightmare going back to 4.2. Yeah, cool. That's clickbaity enough. All right, friends, thanks for bearing with me on a very frustrating troubleshoot. But yeah, 4.2 flies great, and it'll continue to fly great. And yeah, I recommend that you think long and hard about moving over to 4.3, especially if your rigs are flying good on 4.2. I think that's what pisses me off the most, is that everything that I had was absolutely dialed on 4.2. And it has been, now that I think back, it has been a real motherfucker since I've been moving these rigs to 4.3. And for what? So I am not gonna move this back. Okay, so here's what I am gonna do. Here's what I am gonna do. I am gonna leave this on 4.3. These PIDs that it currently has are as aggressive as it can handle on 4.3 with pretty aggressive filtering. Like I didn't go nuts on the filtering, right? So I'm gonna fly this out front, a little sketchy like tomorrow, on 4.3 with the maximum PIDs that it can handle, and then and get a feel for the bounce back, which I know is going to be there. And then I'm going to put it on 4.2, and I'm going to crank the fucking PIDs up like I always have been able to, and I'm going to find out if it flies better on 4.2 than 4.3. That's what makes the most sense. Join my Patreon. I will do a Patreon only live stream tomorrow to let you guys know what the deal is. How about this? When I put it onto 4.2 tomorrow, I will do a Patreon only live stream to put it onto 4.2, and then I'll go back outside and I'll fly it again. So get your 10 cents a day out and join my fucking Patreon right now, or else you'll never know whether 4.2 is better than 4.3. All right, guys, patrons, I'll see you tomorrow. Everybody else, you'll just have to wonder, or you can find $3 whole a month, and you'll find out tomorrow as well. Love you guys. Be good. Here comes some flying on 4.2, so it's going to look good. What is this? What's going on here? Why is this? What happened here? Oh, come on now. Yeah, here's some flying on 4.2. You're going to love it. It's going to look great. All right, people, be good. Oh, is there really no audio? Hold on, I gotta refresh OBS. Be right back.